Part 1 of the birth of professional rugby league in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A professional All Blacks team to tour the northern counties of England. 28th of May to the 5th of August 1907. Tuesday, 28th of May 1907. New professional football team. Promoter expelled. Wellington, Monday. A representative of the Wellington Post has been informed on good authority that an all-black team of rugby footballers, which are going home to play the English Northern Union clubs, are not being organised by any speculative syndicate. The players are financing themselves, although they have been offered outside financial assistance if required. It is stated that the prominent representative players invited to join the party have, with few exceptions, consented to make the trip. It is also stated that a public announcement would have been made some time ago, but for the fact that too many players were offering. The team will now probably leave in July. The management committee of the New Zealand Rugby Union tonight expelled and disqualified Baskerville of Wellington, who is understood to be the promoter of the proposed professional tour in England. At a meeting of the Council of the New South Wales Rugby Union last night, the following motion was carried. That this council convey to the New Zealand Rugby Union its hearty appreciation of the action taken in reference to the suggested visit of a professional team to England, being of the opinion that such action is in the best interests of the game. Friday, 31st May. Professionalism in New Zealand. The proposal to send a New Zealand professional team of footballers to England to play the Northern Union clubs has naturally provoked a good deal of discussion in local rugby circles. The first aspect which strikes the members of the New South Wales Rugby Union is the effect the movement will have on the representative character of the team to come in a few weeks from New Zealand to Australia. If the team for England is to be strong, and it is not much use for them to go as a speculation if not, then they will need to include a number of the leading players, and in this respect it is significant, though of course not conclusive, that in the North Island team to meet the South Island, there are no Auckland players included. Developments in New Zealand will be followed with great interest in Australia. Cable to London. Wellington, New Zealand, Thursday. The New Zealand Rugby Union has decided to cable its representative on the English Union to discountenance the proposal regarding the professionals' visit to England. Saturday, 1st of June. Professionalism in New Zealand. It was cabled that leading footballers in New Zealand were called upon to sign a declaration that their amateur status was in no way jeopardised by the present professional movement before they would be chosen for the North Island versus South Island match. The following is a copy of the declaration. I, of do solemnly and sincerely declare as follows. 1. That I have never asked, received or relied on, promised, direct or implied, to receive any money consideration whatever, actual or prospective, for playing football, or rendering any service to a football organisation. 2. And particularly, that I have not asked, received or relied on any promise, direct or implied, to receive any money consideration whatever, actual or prospective, or to receive any benefit from, nor have I promised or asked to be permitted to take part in any manner whatsoever in a scheme having for its object the sending of a team of rugby footballers from New Zealand to play football against the teams of the Northern Counties Rugby Union of England. And I make this solemn declaration conscientiously believing the same to be true, under and by virtue of the provisions of an Act of the General Assembly of New Zealand, intituled The Justices of the Peace Act, 1882. This will have to be signed before a player's claim to inclusion in the teams is even considered. An undertaking wanted. It was resolved also that each player selected for the North versus South Island match shall be required to give the following undertaking. I, in consideration of the New Zealand Rugby Football Union, having selected me to be one of its representatives to take part in the match, North Island versus South Island, on June 3rd, 1907, do hereby promise and agree with the said Union, 1. That I will not form one of the projected team of footballers which is to leave New Zealand to play against the northern counties of England. 2. That I will not enter into any negotiations with any person with a view to my becoming a member of any such team. 3. That I will not actively or passively be a party to or assist in any way the promotion of any such team. 4. That if I am approached by any person or persons with a request that I should become a member of any such team, I shall at once notify the said Union of the fact, and advise the said Union of the name of any person or persons so approaching me. 5. That I will, to the best of my ability, assist the said Union in its desire to put down any attempt to induce any footballer in New Zealand to make a breach of the rules as to professionalism as adopted by the Rugby Football Union, and to this end will give the said Union all information bearing on the subject of the said projected tour to England. Saturday, 8th of June. Reception of visiting team. Professionalism. The Queensland team to meet New South Wales today were formally welcomed at noon yesterday in the rooms of the New South Wales Rugby Union, Bligh Street. The chair was occupied by Mr. J. J. Calvert, President of the Union, and he had on his right Mr. F. C. Lee, manager of the visiting team, and Mr. C. J. Wade, Attorney General, on his left. Mr. M. Dorr, the Queensland captain, and Mr. Richard Teese, chairman of the Sydney Cricket Ground Trust. The chairman said that it was with the greatest pleasure that he welcomed the Queensland team, who were not only game but generous foes. He was quite sure that the match on the morrow would be honestly and fairly contested, and he expressed the hope that the better side would win. Speaking of the professional movement in New Zealand, he feared the taint of professionalism and hoped that the two states now represented would set their foot against it. One great advantage rugby had over the association game in England was the absence of professionalism. When it was introduced, there would come the danger of gambling. Applause. Mr. C. G. Wade, Attorney General, was exceedingly pleased to be present to join as the official representative of the state in the welcome to the visitors. The government felt an active and warm appreciation and interest in all manly sports, and were prepared to give all these games every encouragement. In the present professional movement elsewhere, there was a danger of amateurism being dismantled. One of the banes of football in the old country was the encroachment of professionalism. In the north of England, where professional rugby held sway, the higher aspects of the game were completely lost. With a large amount of money in one pocket, there would probably be a larger amount of blue metal in the other. Laughter. He hoped here the amateur status would always be maintained. We were on the eve of a football carnival. In the matches against Queensland, New Zealand and the combined Australia against New Zealand, there should be exhibitions of the game which should raise the standard of the game in the colonies. He hoped the weather would clear up, and if so there would be a large and festive gathering, and he hoped the better side would win. The old cry of win, tie or wrangle should be confined to school grounds. It was the men who could play a combined game of football, of working towards a common aim, who went to build up a young country like ours, and in doing so they were increasing the good name of Australia and England wherever they went. Applause. Mr. C. W. Oakes, M.L.A., said that the game had gone ahead by leaps and bounds. He looked forward to the time when, on that historic arena, there would be played possibly matches between Australian teams and England, America and France. There was the mirage of professionalism on the horizon of football, but he was pleased to see that from the men selected for New Zealand, it was only a mirage, for the cream of New Zealand football was coming over to Australia. Mr. Richard Teese said that as certainly the oldest Australian footballer present, he was pleased to assist in the welcome to the visitors. He had watched the progress of the game since he had taken part in the formation of the first football club in Sydney 42 years ago. He had seen the game develop, and had noted the extraordinary hold it had upon the public taste, and had seen the enormous attendances. He, however, added a note of warning to footballers to carry on the game in such a way as to make the play interesting. There was too much umpire's whistle, and the game was not open enough. He was surprised to find so much faulty kicking at goal. 11 successive tries were failures, and it was only on the 12th occasion that a goal was kicked. That was not creditable. He referred to the danger of professionalism to this game, which was the only one free from the bane of the pot hunter. The first attempt at professionalism had met with a formidable rebuff. The toast was received with musical honours. Mr. F.C. Lee, the manager of the Queensland team, said that though he had frequently been to Sydney in other capacities, this was his first visit as manager, and that he was particularly pleased to hold the position, for this was the celebration of the silver wedding of the two unions. As Mr. Lee rose to speak, the sun shone brightly, and he accepted that as a happy augury for a fine day for the match. He did not think there was any local danger of professionalism. He paid a high tribute to the memory of Mr. P. M. Lane, who, Mr. Lee said, had been greatly appreciated in Queensland. Cheers. Mr. Dorr, captain, also responded. He said that they had come down to win. Mr. R. A. Arnold proposed the visitors, and in doing so mentioned the fact that there were present Mr. Belson, who was a member of the Reverend Mr. Molyneux's team, Mr. Allen, who had played for Ireland versus Scotland, and Mr. Gordon from Western Australia. Cheers. Mr. Edwards of the Sports Ground responded on behalf of the visitors. Mr. H. D. Wood proposed the toast of the President, to which Mr. J. J. Calvert responded. Saturday, 15th of June. Professional movement in New Zealand. Files to hand from New Zealand state that inquiries made by the Star elicited the fact that the professional football team will visit England and play Northern Counties as originally arranged. The combination will be a strong one, including a large proportion of the all-black team. The Aucklanders who signed the declaration required by the Rugby Union are understood to have taken legal advice before doing so, and were informed that it would not make them subject to any legal liability in the event of their taking place in the professional tour. 3 or 4 Aucklanders known to be going with the professional team are amongst the foremost players in the colony. Though their names are known, they are at present withheld from publication. The team is due to arrive in England about September the 6th. Thursday, 27th of June. Professional rugby team, Australians to be included. Wellington, Wednesday. The professional rugby team will leave New Zealand for England after the return of the New Zealand representative team from Australia. The professionals include several members of the visiting team. An effort will be made to strengthen the back division from Australia. Friday, 28th of June. Professionalism in rugby football. Will it come? The cabled information from New Zealand published in yesterday's issue has created quite a scare in local football circles. It was stated that the New Zealand team, shortly to leave for Australia, would include some of the all-black professional combination to visit England and play matches against clubs in the Northern Union. The public were to a certain extent prepared for this by the statements published in the Herald and taken from a New Zealand exchange that legal advice had been obtained to the effect that there was nothing to stop anybody from signing the declaration put before New Zealand players. Still, the information received yesterday did come as a surprise. It was thought that despite that statement, it was hardly likely that the New Zealand Rugby Union would ask for signatures to a declaration which was valueless. Now it is cabled that the team to whose visit Australians have anxiously looked forward will have the taint of professionalism, and this will cause an uncomfortable feeling, to say the least of it, amongst the public and the governing body. A more important statement cabled is that the New Zealanders hope to strengthen their backs by the inclusion of some Sydney players. Upon this matter, a prominent member of the New South Wales Rugby Union, and one who has New Zealand's football matters at his fingertips, is of the opinion that there is nothing at all in the statement. In the first place, he thinks it is hardly likely that the All Blacks to visit England will do anything that could question their right to be All Blacks. They are going to England on the reputation gained by the recent All Black team. As far as he knows, no advances have been made to any of the local players. Probably the statement has been made over there with an object. Anyhow, it is a high compliment to New South Wales players to say that their inclusion will strengthen the New Zealand team for England. He is emphatic in his opinion that the New Zealanders would be the last people to attempt it. As to the contract signed in New Zealand, the position taken up by the New Zealand Rugby Union was not at all tenable from a legal point of view. Perhaps the object of sending forth a rumour that some Sydney players would join the team is to cast a stigma amongst the sport-loving public upon the games to be shortly played here. However, it comes with a good deal of surprise that such a report should get about. Another well-known authority remarked that he was told by one of the All Black team on their return from England that within 12 months he would be back in England playing for one of the northern clubs. As to the question of professionalism in football or in any other sport, a great deal has been written and said. Up to the present moment, it has been unknown in football in Australasia. There have been statements that players have received money, but they have not been substantiated. The majority of the members of the two rugby governing bodies are determined to use every effort to stamp out any sign of professionalism in Sydney, and the same feeling exists in Queensland. The wish is probably father to the thought that professionalism will not, at any rate for some years, take root here, but it may be found before many years, perhaps months, have passed by, that severe action is necessary. Perhaps in a few years we shall find amateurs and professionals playing side by side in football teams, just as they do at cricket and at golf. There are some games in which the professional has raised the standard of the game, notably in the two branches of sport mentioned, and there are some who take a prominent part in local football who see that the professional is bound to come. Saturday, 29th of June. Professionalism in Rugby. Wellington, New Zealand, Friday. Mr. Baskerville, Secretary of the New Zealand professional team, has stated that there is no truth in the rumour that George Smith of Auckland, the All Black three-quarter, has been offered the captaincy of the professional team to visit England. He also denied the report that Australia was being looked to for backs. More good New Zealand backs than are required have offered, in some cases voluntarily, to go home if finally selected. Wednesday, 17th of July. New Zealand professional team. Wellington, New Zealand, Tuesday. The professional rugby team will leave New Zealand for London direct about the third week in August. Saturday, 20th of July. New Zealand professionals. English tour abandoned. Proposed matches in Australia. Wellington, Friday. It is stated here that the idea of dispatching a New Zealand professional rugby team to England at the end of this month has been dropped on account of the proposals made to the New Zealand professional team from Australia, which may lead to a series of matches being played in the Commonwealth. Private advice has been received in Wellington to the effect that a professional rugby union, designed to affiliate with the English Northern Rugby Union, is being formed in Sydney. Mr. Baskerville, the On-Secretary of the New Zealand Football Club, declines to say more than that he had been cognizant of the fact for some time past. A few Australian enthusiasts have made a proposal to him regarding the New Zealand professional team playing in Sydney on the way to England. Negotiations are still proceeding, and if the guarantees and assurances were satisfactory, no doubt the Australian public would be afforded an opportunity of seeing the All Black professionals play. Tuesday, 23rd July. New Zealand professional team. 54 players offered. The New Zealand Sporting and Dramatic Review of July the 11th says, "The team for the English tour was selected at the end of last week in Wellington. There were 4 selectors, 1 each from Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch and Dunedin. Between 50 and 60 names came up for consideration, and 54 signed agreements were received from players willing to participate in the tour. The team took a considerable time to pick, and amongst others, the claims of 4 All Blacks were considered and ultimately passed over. One of the principal qualifications dwelt upon was the general excellence of character of the players willing to go, and a couple of New Zealand's best-known footballers were omitted from the final selection for this reason. Ultimately, 25 of the finest players in the colony were selected. Auckland will be more strongly represented than any other centre, 9 men being included from the northern city. General arrangements. The New Zealand Rugby Union may endeavour to circumvent the crisis by delaying the present team in Australia for an extra week, in the hope of putting a stopper on the departure of the members of the professional team at present playing with the New Zealand representative team on tour. This, however, will not have any serious effect on the professionals, as they will leave Sydney for London direct immediately the present Australian tour is completed. The meeting last week in Wellington drew up a drastic set of rules to ensure the thorough well-behaviour of the team when at home. The financial aspect. The contention that the tour will not be a financial success is a mere bogey. Besides the £3,000 deposited to the team's account in London, £1,300 will be subscribed by members of the team, each man putting in £50. In 1 or 2 cases that amount, which is looked upon as a guarantee, was not forthcoming, but others have placed double that sum to their credit, and the selection committee which met in Wellington last week had close on the full amount, £1,300, at their disposal. The 25 members of the team share and share alike in the profits, and take 70% of the proceeds of every match. A management committee will be appointed by the players to look after all the inner workings. It is evident that when a single club in the Northern Union was able to average £750 per match in gate money for its last 10 matches, there is not much need for anxiety on the part of the professionals as to the monetary success of their venture. The first match. The team leaves next month, immediately after the completion of the Australian tour. The first match will be played on October the 6th, and though the programme of matches has not yet been received, 27 matches will be played. The team will be known as the New Zealand football team. Friday, 2nd of August. Professional team, 160 applicants. Matches in Australia. Wellington, New Zealand, Thursday. The professional rugby team will play a match in Paris on the way to England. An invitation has also been accepted to play at California on the return journey. 160 applications were received for places in the team. The selected members will assemble in Sydney, where 3 matches will be played, followed probably by others in Melbourne and Adelaide. Mr. J.C. Gleeson of Napier has been appointed playing manager. Monday the 5th of August. Professional rugby. The fact that the agricultural ground has been engaged for 3 matches against the New Zealand professional team shortly to visit England was on Saturday discussed in those places where rugby contests were played. Everyone was asking everyone what sort of a team would be got together to meet the professional team. Judging by the applications which were received by the promoters in New Zealand, and the fact that several members of the All Blacks team now here are going to join the combination for England as soon as the closing engagement is played next Saturday, the promoters do not anticipate much difficulty in getting together here 3 teams to take part in wind-raising matches. There is a lot of difference, however, between players boldly announcing themselves as members of the team for England and in forming combinations to meet in 2 or 3 engagements. The prospect of a division of the gate may induce a few of our leading players to break through their amateur status, though such division would be almost for a certainty on the small side. There has been, however, a greater power of persuasion at work. New South Welshmen have been led to believe that if they play against the professionals and show good enough form, they will have a chance of inclusion in the 25 who visit England. Still, the title of the combination is the New Zealand football team, and it seems hardly feasible that the representative character of the side would be departed from to any marked extent. The air is full of rumours, and though some of them are bound to be correct, there is not much likelihood of anything tangible being known until after the final test match. On the strength of remarks dropped by officials in high authority, there is a feeling amongst a number of our players strongly in favour of professionalism, and it is only necessary for some guiding spirit to take up the matter for quite a large number of our present players to follow the lead. Another whose advice has been for long respected in the councils of the game fails to see why any harm must necessarily follow in the wake of such a movement. It is a big question, and is one that will cause a great deal of heart-burning before it is settled. As to what shape that settlement will take is at present a matter of speculation. Supporters of professionalism ask why should we not have the amateur and the professional appearing together for the one side. They contend that there should be no reason why a governing body should not have control over him who plays for simple amusement and, at the same time, over him who accepts a fee. The local unions will, of course, work tooth and nail against the introduction of the professional. If he ever did become an established fact, under the control of the New South Wales Rugby Union, it would mean, of course, the cutting of the thread which binds the New South Wales daughter to the English parent. Indeed, there is no knowing what it would mean in the world's rugby. Mr. J. Giltinan, a gentleman well known in another branch of sport, is, it is understood, taking an active part in making the arrangements for the matches, and, if rumours speak truly, some success has been met with in regard to one or two captains of first-grade teams. Mr. Giltinan has officiated as a cricket umpire in representative matches. Messenger's inclusion denied. Brisbane, Sunday. There was a widely circulated rumour in Brisbane on Saturday that Messenger, the brilliant New South Wales three-quarter, had been invited and had accepted an invitation to join the professional rugby team which is about to leave New Zealand for England to play a series of matches there against clubs playing under the rules and auspices of the Northern Union. Messenger was interviewed tonight, and the rumour brought under his notice. "There is nothing in it as far as I'm concerned," said Messenger. "I have had no communication with or from the organisers of the team. The rumour that I have joined the team is untrue, and you may contradict it flatly." Asked as to the attitude of the New South Wales players, Messenger said that as far as he knew, none of them had been approached with a view to inducing them to take part in the professional venture. Even amongst the All Blacks who were in Brisbane for the past 10 days or more, he understood there was no definite knowledge of the names of the New Zealand players who had been chosen to join the team. End of Part 1. Part 2 of The Birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Wave of Discontent, 6th of August. Tuesday, 6th of August, 1907. Rugby football. A wave of discontent. MRU administration. Eruption of professionalism. New league forming. It would seem that the formation of a New Zealand professional football team was all that was needed to fan into flame a smouldering discontent in our own rugby world. There is decidedly trouble abroad today, and already a struggle between amateur and professional football may be said to have been entered upon. Interviews in various quarters yesterday elicited the fact that there have been murmurings against the administration of the Metropolitan Rugby Union for some time, the players objecting to that body amassing huge balances, while they themselves, the instruments of the amassing, were allowed to be out of pocket in regard to various matches. When the news was passed round that the New Zealand professional team wanted matches here, the state of local feeling was clearly demonstrated in the fact that, at the risk of disqualification from the amateur unions, a large number of first-class players volunteered to represent this state. This gave the secessionists something tangible to work on, and a professional union or league — it is already spoken of as the Rugby League of New South Wales — is now regarded as a certainty. One prominent figure in the new movement declares unequivocally that 6 first-class teams will be playing under the league next year. On the other hand, the MRU officials, while admitting an undercurrent of discontent, do not view the advent of professionalism with alarm, believing that the public will not support it and that it will speedily work itself out. The secessionists are careful to explain that professional football here will not be like the professional football in England, where a man can earn his living at the game. Here it is intended to ensure the players against accident, pay their playing and training expenses, and, quote, perhaps make them a bonus at the end of the season according to results. It is claimed that under such an arrangement, the players will be no more professionals than our international cricketers, and that they will be doing openly and above board far less than is being done in the matter of payments to players already. It is further urged that the standard of football will be raised by reason of the players taking it more seriously and training more solidly. As one advocate says, it will be the survival of the fittest. But the amateurs hold that with the game on a purely money basis, it must degenerate, as all games have done in the circumstances, and that if professional football got the upper hand, incalculable harm from a rugby point of view would be done among the young players, who are now looked to recruit the first-class ranks. The thing can't last. A MRU official's view. Mr. J. A. Payton, Secretary of the Eastern Suburbs Club and a member of the Management Committee of the Metropolitan Rugby Union, in the course of conversation with a Herald representative yesterday, said that he was afraid there was at present among the players a strong undercurrent of feeling in favour of professionalism. The big gate money appeared to be responsible for it. Personally, Mr. Payton could see a good deal in the matter from a professional point of view. If a man were a champion footballer, and he thought that he could make more money of it than at anything else, should he not be entitled to earn it if the professional game could be properly organised? At the same time, he was emphatically of the opinion that professional football would ruin the sport. It would cease to be a game in the accepted sense, and would go the way of all sports that money had controlled in this country. He for one would decidedly have nothing to do with it. Quote, there has been some mention of our union taking over both forms of the game. That, of course, is altogether impossible. The moment we had anything to do with professionalism, we would sever all connections with the English and New Zealand unions, so we daren't do it. However, Mr. Payton went on to say, I don't think there is as much to be feared from the movement as some imagine. I really do not think that professional football could last here. We have not the population to support it, for one thing, even if the public did throw over the amateurs, and I don't think they would do that. The best year the union ever had was last year, when there was a profit of £2,500. Now we have 11 clubs, and allowing even only 20 players for each, you see that would mean that 220 players would have to be provided for. Divide £2,500 up between 220 and see what an absurd amount per man it would give for the season, and I'm afraid that they would be a long time before they had such an amount to divide. Even granting excellent patronage, professional football could not be run as cheaply as the amateur game, and you may depend upon it, if the whole thing were a purely money affair, the grounds would demand a good deal more than they ask of us. No, I guess the thing won't last. The public will stick to the amateurs even if they didn't give them the best football. There will not be sufficient money in it, and, furthermore, the scheme will eventually break down for want of players. As with every man for himself and the money he can make, not sufficient attention will be paid to the young players, certainly not nearly as much as the MRU devotes to them now. At the same time, whether the thing is destined to failure or success, said Mr. Payton in conclusion, it seems certain that a number of men will go over to the new body if it is formed, and among them will be several first-class players. Come to stay. More liberality and better football. Mr. J. Giltinan, who has in hand the arrangements in connection with the forthcoming visit of the New Zealand team, is confident that professional football is coming to stay. You can take it for certain that next year will see 6 teams playing under the Rugby League of New South Wales, he declared emphatically. To suggest that the thing can't last, he went on to say, is absurd. The very best rugby in England is being played professionally, and when we link up with New Zealand and England, there will be far more interesting games to be witnessed than at present. There can be no doubt that professional football will be the better game, for the simple reason that the players will have to take it very seriously, and see to it that they are in absolutely the very best condition to do any good at it at all. Of course, Mr. Giltinan continued, what will be called professionalism here will not be anything like what is so termed in England. In the old country, the professional footballer can absolutely live on the game, but he won't be able to do that here. As a matter of fact, it will be no more strictly professional than our international amateur cricket of today. We shall simply see to it that a man's expenses shall be paid in connection with each match, and not let him be put seriously out of pocket, as is often the case with players from the ranks of working men under the niggardly policy of the MRU. And at the end of each season, the players will probably be given bonuses according to the results achieved in the matter of gate money. There will be no piling up of great balances and the buying of racecourses, while the men who share the gates are allowed actually to be at a loss. That is the crux of the whole position, and the MRU has only itself to blame for the turn events are taking. At the same time, it is going to be all the better from the point of view of the public, for as I say, the new professionalism must make for a decidedly higher standard of play. Mr. Giltinan was questioned in regard to the team to play against the professional New Zealanders, but refused to be drawn as to the personnel of the New South Wales team. All I can say is this, he said. We have had enough applications for inclusion to turn out 3 teams, and you may take it as a fact that they are not the worst men who have applied. The team will go into quarters on the 10th, and will thenceforward do nothing but prepare for the first match on the 17th, and I think I may confidently say that for that match, as in those on the 21st and 24th, the public will be treated to as fine an exhibition of real football as has been seen in the state. The MRU criticised. A fair deal wanted. Turn professional, said the secretary of one of the most powerful teams in the competition, when asked if his men would join the professional movement. Why, the boys would turn anything so long as they got a bit better deal than they are getting from the Metropolitan Union. Why shouldn't they get something out of the game besides kicks? You take it from me, if the right men start this professional movement in Sydney, they will get nearly every man playing in the union competitions. Of course it doesn't do to mention names at present, but I can tell you that every member of my club will go over. Not that the boys want to be paid for their Saturday afternoon's fun, but they think, and rightly so too, that as they draw the crowd, they should get something out of the gate money. What do they get? Well, it will surprise the many thousands who fight their way into the cricket ground to see the big matches, to know what the champions who sport the light blue Guernseys receive in return for the hard training they have to undergo and the hard knocks they have to contend with. To begin with, when a man joins a club, he has to pay his entrance fee of 5 shillings. Then he has to buy his own outfit. If he lives at North Sydney and his team is playing at the cricket ground, he has to pay his own fare to reach the place where thousands pay their shillings to see him and his club mates play. Up till a month ago, if he got hurt during the match and was unable to work, that was his lookout. He would perhaps get a couple of guineas from the union, while any other support would have to come from his club mates, who would organise concerts to raise funds. Under extreme pressure, that was altered a month ago, when the medical fund was started. Now a man gets all his doctor's fees paid, and receives £1 a week while he is incapacitated. That's a fine lot anyhow to risk your limbs for. At the start of the season, each club gets £30 for training expenses. Why, with 3 grades going, that hardly buys embrocations. Thank goodness the players are taking a tumble to it now, and next season you'll see something different. The union officials see the change coming too. That's why they bought Epping. They saw that the men who made the sport were going to try and get some of the returns, and perhaps some of the thousands the union had tied up, so they straight away purchase Epping, and in so doing sink all their reserve, and leave a tidy lot to be paid off in future years. They have been very clever, but before the matter has been fixed up, they will find that they have bitten off more than they can chew. Nothing new. Professionalism rife now. "What do you think of the new movement?" was asked the secretary of one of the leading metropolitan clubs by a representative of the Herald yesterday. "What new movement?" was the inquiry. "The professional movement in local football," was the reply. "Why, bless my soul," was the retort, "you are green. That's no new movement. We've had professionalism in Sydney football for years. Everybody knows it. All the club officials know it. The union knows it, but they can't prove it, and to save trouble they don't try much. Why, nearly every club pays directly or indirectly for the services of one or two men every Saturday, and I don't blame them. Take an instance. Suppose we've got a rattling good forward. He might be a butcher or a grocer and can't get off on Saturday afternoon. Are we going to lose his services when we can get them by putting another man on in his place in the shop at the cost of 5 shillings? Not much. We pay the dollar and our forward plays. I call that fair, but there are cases where some players get half a sovereign for the game. Of course, there's no receipt given, and no one sees the passing of the money, but still it is pretty well known that several players aren't in the game for pure sport. There's a case I know of. One club wanted forwards pretty badly, and 2 members of another team were approached to see if they would throw in their lot with the team that wanted them. They said they would come if they could get a good job in the district. The good job was secured for the men, who would have got an advance of 7 shillings a week on the wages they were earning. But just as they were about to transfer, they backed out and kept their old jobs, saying it paid them better to stick at their old club than to take a rise of 7 shillings and leave the district. Who was going to pay the 7 shillings? The club, of course. A plea for professionalism. "I think by next year there will be 7 or 8 professional football clubs in Sydney," said Mr. Lewis G. Abrams, one of the delegates from the Glebe Club to the Metropolitan Union, when asked his opinion as to the prospects of the professional movement in New South Wales. Mr. Abrams, who is known as the father of electoral football, is strongly in favour of a change. "There is no reason," he said, "why football clubs in which there are professional players should not exist here the same as they do in England. I see no difference in playing football for payment to playing cricket for money. The thing could be very easily managed," he continued. "There should be a New South Wales Rugby Football League formed. In the metropolis they could form about 8 district clubs. Membership should be confined to bona fide residents of districts, the same as at present, and before long there would be a strong competition going. The league should govern the sport and manage the matches, and the proceeds, after deducting certain expenses, should be divided amongst the competing clubs pro rata. Professionalism was not so bad as people wanted to make it out. Alec Bannerman and Howell were professionals, and nobody thought any the less of them for it. It was far better, he thought, to be a straight-out professional than an amateur who, with his bill of expenses, got 3 times as much as the despised professional. He would like to see professional football introduced, and it would then be the survival of the fittest. Professionalism went very well in cricket, and it should prove satisfactory in football. There was more reason for a football player to be a professional than a cricketer, for he ran a lot more risks, and under present conditions he only got £1 a week if he was unable to work through accidents. In his opinion, the union was responsible for the strong support the professional movement was receiving. If they had not been so niggardly with their funds, and had treated the players a little more liberally, the players would have shown more loyalty. Under the present state of affairs, the players, by joining the professional movement, were losing little with a chance of gaining much. He could not say whether football would be improved by the introduction of the new system, but he felt satisfied that the men would pay more attention to their training, seeing that it was a matter of pounds, shillings and pence to them. Besides encouraging those playing at present, payments would bring forward many men who could not afford to risk their limbs merely for the sport. He did not think the game was likely to suffer by the introduction of professionalism. Football was not like pedestrianism. 1 or 2 men could not sell a match. There would of course be an effort made by the strongest clubs to get all the best men, but this would have to be guarded against by the league rules. The professional movement had been anticipated by the union, he continued, and for fear the clubs next year would vote themselves some of the accumulated funds, they decided to remove the temptation by sinking the money in purchasing Epping Racecourse. Asked if he would be connected with the new movement, Mr. Abrams replied, "My services are not required by the amateurs, and if I am requested, I may do something for the professionals." Local unions responsible. Mean and niggardly policies. Purchase of Epping condemned. Little better than a foul yard. I think the two unions, by their treatment of the players, have themselves very largely to blame for the professional spirit which is manifesting itself in rugby, said a gentleman prominently connected with one of the unions. Our Cricket Association, he went on to say, recompenses the players for loss of salary, and recognition of the principle that it is only a matter of justice that this should be done has not detrimentally affected the game here in any way whatever. In England, the professional cricketer plays along with the amateur, with the result that the standard of the game has been very considerably raised. Similarly, I see no reason why a footballer here, who considers he should be paid for his services, should not be allowed to take part in a match with another whom circumstances have placed above such necessity. It must not be forgotten that the young men who take part in football must be of the strong, burly kind, and necessarily a large proportion of these must come from the working class. The game is a hard one, and there are plenty of hazards and hard knocks connected with it. A man may get badly injured, and may be laid up for weeks or months, and all he may receive is a few shillings a day for a certain time for his loss of work. Then, too, the manner in which our representatives are treated when away on tour has aroused a feeling among them that they are not being anything like fairly dealt with. Take, for instance, the present team away in Western Australia. By the time it comes back here, it will have been away some weeks, and can any reasonable man say that 3 shillings a day is a fair remuneration for men, many of whom have nothing but their hard-earned wages to depend on? It might be said that if they cannot afford the time or loss of money, they should not make the trip, but if that principle were acted upon, it would eventually be a serious blow to our great winter game. Besides that, it would be very humiliating if a man's position prevented him from representing his state when called upon to do so. Given a firm controlling body who would see that the greedy gambling spirit was kept out of the sport, and I see no reason why a man's services should not be paid for either by his club or state. Of course, so far as recompensing a man for loss of salary is concerned, it would be necessary to draw a line somewhere, but as a broad general principle I fail to see there is anything dangerous about it. But so far as the clubs are concerned, are they in a position to pay for the services of any of their men? Would there not have to be some arrangement with the union about the ground receipts? Were the next questions asked. That is so, was the reply, and I think it would be a very good thing for the clubs if a certain percentage of the takings were handed over to them. There is no doubt that it is a very sore point with many that the Metropolitan Union has thousands of pounds sunk in investments, and they want to know why the clubs at least should not receive some portion of the proceeds which the public pay to see the different matches. Has the purchase of the Epping ground by the Metropolitan Union given rise to any dissatisfaction? Yes, was the answer, not only because the ground by many is looked upon as unsuitable, but also because it is regarded as a move on the part of the union to sink a large sum of money which might otherwise tempt some of the clubs to ask for a share of it. Personally, I think it's a bad business transaction, for the place is little better than a foul yard. Where do you think people will prefer to go when having the choice of other places such as Wentworth Park, University Oval or the Sydney Cricket Ground? Besides, people can see better from the outside without paying than they can inside. Again, it will cost thousands of pounds to put in a proper condition to accommodate the spectators, and even when that is done, I doubt if the place will ever find favour with those who, for the time being, may patronise it. There is another point, however, I should like to refer to. Last season, notwithstanding the visits of teams to the country, the association had a net profit of over £2,300. Would it not be a good thing on the part of the union if it set apart, say, £2,000 of this, and said in effect to one of the clubs, We will give you this so that you can set about getting a ground in your own district. I think this a matter which should engage the serious consideration of the Union. Most of the outside matches are played on the parks, and at some time or other the public may object to the best part of them being given over to football or other sports. As it is, there is already a strong feeling in some quarters against charges for admission being made to certain portions. Under the circumstances, the Union would be acting wisely by at once taking up this question of providing the clubs with grounds, for in a few years the land may not be available except at prohibitive cost. But reverting to this matter of professionalism again, would not its adoption mean that there could be no connection in any way between the English and New South Wales unions? Well, what if it does, was the reply. It would be a pity in one way, but if we are going to have rugby at all, let us have it under Australian conditions. We must think of those of our boys who have not been born with silver spoons in their mouths. The raising of this professional team, which is going to England, has been a great blow to many rugby enthusiasts in New Zealand, but the Union there, by carrying out the same mean, niggardly policy that the unions here have followed, must be held responsible for this new movement. Was it reasonable to ask those young men to absent themselves from their homes for months, perhaps lose their positions, and then expect them, after enriching the New Zealand Union to the extent of thousands of pounds, to rest satisfied with an allowance of 3 shillings a day? This team of All Blacks, which is going to England, may be the beginning, but I am certain that it will not be the end of professionalism in New Zealand. Again, if there are unions in New Zealand and Australia where the professional element is admitted, what could it matter if those unions were not recognised by the amateur organisations in Great Britain? The professional union in England is far stronger and has far better players than its rival unions. With better players, with the recognition here of this principle, it would be possible to have an interchange of visits between professional teams from New Zealand and England, just as we have now of amateur combinations. At the same time, I would not favour such visits unless they were under boards of control of some sort, which would make pure sport their first consideration. Another thing, it would be all very well if we had pure amateurism, but have we got it here at present? How often do we hear of men playing with a team simply because it is made worth their while in the shape of a situation or some other consideration? Again, when some of our teams are touring, how much in the way of compensation or additional pocket money is charged to managerial expenses? Amateur sport is one of the best things in the world, and I thoroughly believe in it, but if we are to have it, let it be without any subterfuge. Local teams assured. Players sign agreements. From inquiries made yesterday, there seems very little doubt that the all-black professional team will be met by several strong combinations of local players. In fact, it was stated on good authority that numbers of the players have signed agreements to give their services, and if this were not so, it is hardly likely that the New Zealanders would waste their time and money by coming here. Of course, it might be argued that the presence of the team now in Australia may be responsible for Sydney being the rendezvous, but then, if there were no certainty of there being good teams raised here to play them, it would have been just as convenient to have met in New Zealand. Statement by Mr. Hungerford. New South Wales Union alert. Mr. Hungerford, a member of the New South Wales Union, who was seen yesterday, is a strong believer in amateur sport, and the professional movement gets no sympathy from him. If there is any attempt to introduce professionalism, he said, I for one will fight the movement tooth and nail, for it would mean the death of rugby. He, however, intimated that the Union was keenly alive to its responsibilities in the matter, and would take decisive action as soon as it had something definite to go upon. Financial position of the team. Arrangements for a return visit. Wellington, New Zealand, Monday. It has been definitely resolved that the professional football team shall leave for Australia en route to England in the course of a week. It is anticipated that a proportion of the amateurs now on tour in Australia will cast in their lot with the professionals. The report that Gleeson of Napier has been appointed manager is said to be incorrect, but it is a fact that Gleeson will be a playing member. The personnel of the team has been decided upon, except two. It is stated that a good number of players are available for emergencies. The financial position of the team is said to be exceptionally good, and all possible calls will be met with ease, quite apart from the prospective gate-takings. It is reported here that arrangements will probably be made for a tour of a New South Wales professional team to Yorkshire in 1908. It is the intention of the New Zealanders, when in England, to arrange for a visit to Australia and New Zealand in 1909 of a team representing the Northern Rugby Union. Professional football. Any change that strikes at the roots of our national sports touches most of us in a vital point, and it is clear from the comment on the mere rumour of a coming professionalism in football that this subject will arouse much more heated controversy than would the fall of a federal ministry or a state election. As yet, professionalism in football is an empty threat that may very well fail to realise itself, but the talk of its possibility has brought to the surface an undercurrent of feeling familiar enough to those who follow the game closely, and which is all the better out in the open and faced fairly. The specious pleas that may be offered on behalf of professionalism in any sport are many and varied as those who might presume to share in the gate money, and the reasoning of its supporters will, it is to be expected, appeal to not a few. We are told that we shall be making no real change, that we shall only at last be calling things by their right names, and that in fact many clubs pay directly or indirectly for the services of their players. Of course, there is some truth in this charge, but such insidious happenings at their worst fall far short of outright professionalism, and they do not affect the amateur status and self-sacrifice of the immense bulk of players. Again, it is easy to accuse the Metropolitan Union of not offering a fair deal, and there will no doubt be malcontents to catch at this argument, and the only reply is that the Union is human and does its best. It is 1,000 pities that there should be so much of this feeling ready to fly to the surface. The statement is probably exaggerated that a majority of club players would abandon their amateur status as soon as professional terms, with a share in the gate money, were formed, but allowing for exaggeration, it is plain that amateurship is not recognised for the sacrosanct thing it is. The moment a money interest enters a game, it begins to fall prey to a host of evils. It is this precisely that has done so much harm to the turf. In football especially, professionalism has proved a curse wherever it has been allowed to get the upper hand. It destroys the instinct of legitimate sportsmanship very quickly for the player, and it teaches the onlooker as quickly to mistake the play for a contest of gladiators, hired at that. The best thing about our English sports, apart from their intrinsic healthfulness, is that they maintain for us in afterlife the traditions of the great public school, and extend those traditions into every grade of society. But that indefinable sportsmanship ever withers at the taint of professionalism. It is said that there is room for the amateur and professional side by side. This is precisely what there is not. Mr. Peyton well indicates the poor lookout financially for a professional caste, and to divide the players so would be to split rugby into two feeble halves. This is folly in itself, and exceptional folly in the circumstances. Rugby, with all its tenacity, cohesion and prestige, has as much as it can do to hold its own against the Australian game, a game well enough, but not rugby, and the enthusiastic rugbyite who listens to the pleading of the would-be professional will rub his eyes a little later, it may be, to find his sport extinct. End of Part 2. Part 3 of The Birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Foundation of the New South Wales Rugby League, 7th of August to 13th of August, 1907. Wednesday, 7th of August, 1907. The All Golds. Progress of professional rugby. Union adversely criticised. Professionalism is the topic of conversation in rugby football circles at the present time, and within the next fortnight, developments of a startling character will probably take place. As soon as the names of the team to meet the New Zealand professional team, or All Golds as they are called, on the 17th inst and succeeding days are published, those players will be prevented from taking part in the concluding rounds of the grade competitions, and will no longer be allowed to play in union matches with amateurs. A war between the rugby unions and certain players and their supporters will open. How far it will go no one can predict, but the union will fight to the bitter end to uphold the principles of football by amateurs only, and in this respect they will receive the support of the general public. To test the question, the first move on the part of the union will probably be to put the final of the 2 first-grade matches on the Sydney Cricket Ground on the 24th inst, which is the second day of the professional match on the agricultural ground. The public will then have an opportunity of patronising either amateur or professional football. It is considered that such a test would give the union some idea how far the public are with them in their determination to kill professional football in its initial stages. But the question arises, what has brought about all this trouble in the midst of a rugby boom? In nearly every case the fingers of those who answer point to the rugby union and what is termed its greed. Several first-grade players yesterday spoke bitterly of the desire on the part of the union officials to have a big bank balance without taking into consideration the fact that the players provide the sport and they should be encouraged. These players are connected with various clubs, and the spirit of rivalry for local distinction and supremacy has been the keynote of their energy and enthusiasm. There is friendly rivalry on all sides, but the union, it is claimed, has killed that rivalry by dragging the leading clubs out of their own districts Saturday after Saturday in order to provide gate money. The Sydney Cricket Ground was obtained by the Rugby Union for 12.5% of the day's takings, while on such grounds as the University Oval they would have had to pay 33%. Throughout this season, the University Club has provided the sport Saturday after Saturday at the Sydney Cricket Ground to help swell the funds of the Union, while at the same time an inferior match was being played at the University Oval which did not draw an audience sufficient to do little more than pay working expenses. The university men, who are as true and loyal amateur sports as are to be found anywhere, naturally have a warm interest in the welfare of the University Oval, and seeing that they have been this season well up in the competition, they would naturally have preferred their ground should have received a share of the earnings brought about through them. Instead of this, they have provided football for the benefit of the Rugby Union and the trustees of the Sydney Cricket Ground, and at the same time compelled the thousands of supporters resident in the western suburbs to travel right across the metropolis to witness their own representatives playing. What applies to the University Club applies equally to all the electorates, in many of which are grounds. These have to be maintained, and it is the local footballers and cricketers who are looked to draw the public. Each club vies with the other, not only in combating for supremacy, but in helping along their local grounds. In the past they have been encouraged to do this by the Cricket Association. A general feeling prevails that, instead of spending £13,000 on the purchase of Lilybridge grounds, the Rugby Union should have voted year by year a sum to different clubs to enable them to provide what was required for upkeep and maintenance, and equally distribute the leading games each Saturday over those grounds provided with proper seating accommodation, such as the Rushcutter Bay Oval, Wentworth Park, Erskineville Oval and North Sydney Oval, in addition to the Sydney Cricket and Sports Grounds. Had it done so, there would have been a spirit of contentment and no cry for professionalism. Last year the players had to pay their own expenses into the country, and until late this year, if a player was hurt, he had to do the best he could for himself. Now the clubs go into the country, have actual expenses paid, and by arrangement with an insurance company, Players injured are assisted while they are incapacitated from work. It is claimed, however, that it was hard work to get even these concessions, as the sole aim of the rugby union has been to hoard up money. By transferring play to Lillie Bridge, the best clubs will leave their districts every Saturday. Local interest will be killed, and instead of electoral football, Sydney will have Lillie Bridge football. Some of the broad-minded players, who are also sound amateurs, demand that the union should retrace its steps and save the situation. Possible action by the New South Wales Union. Inquiries made of the Secretary, Mr. W. W. Hill, last night, failed to elicit definite information regarding possible action by the New South Wales Rugby Union. Still, it is certain that some action is contemplated by members of the union, having as its object the signing of a declaration by each individual member of the New South Wales team that he will not take part in any matches against the New Zealand professional team. The dates set down for the 3 matches on the agricultural ground are August 17, 21 and 24. Various sums have been mentioned as inducements to secure the promise of prominent players to figure in the field against the coming professionals, but in many cases the amount is considered not big enough. One player of promise remarked that £25 for 3 matches and certain disqualification was not good enough for him. An official of one first-grade club said his team would go over as a whole and play in the partial professional manner adopted by leading cricketers if the movements were placed on a firm basis. The Metropolitan Union. Remedy for disaffection. Mr. H. D. Wood, President of the Metropolitan Rugby Union, stated yesterday that if the clubs were not satisfied with the administration of affairs, they had the remedy in their own hands. Each club elected 3 delegates to the union, one of whom also acted on the committee. The latter elected the various officers, including the secretary and treasurer, so that the administration of the funds rested with them. He thought that it would be found that after all a few disaffected spirits were responsible for the outcry. Mr. Wood said he was strongly opposed to the introduction of professionalism, not only on principle, but because it would also mean the breaking of the relations existing between the football authorities here and the amateur organisations in Great Britain and New Zealand. Thursday, 8th of August 1907. The All Golds. Progress of Professionalism. Interview with Sealing. Matters in connection with the possible secession from the amateur ranks were yesterday widely discussed. It is generally admitted that the feeling in favour of some alteration in the government of the game has taken deep root, though the direction which any movement will take is still a matter of conjecture. It is generally felt that it would be impossible for the one governing body to control the amateur and the professional, and both to meet in one team. All sorts of revelations are promised, one being that 4 clubs and no fewer than 90 men were prepared to secede from the amateur ranks. Asked as to the statement that he was one of the selectors of the New Zealand professional team, Mr. C. Sealing, one of the Auckland representatives, said it was not a fact, and he had cabled to New Zealand to that effect. I was approached in the matter, and that is all. It is a gross libel, he added. There is not likely to be any trouble in connection with Saturday's match, because of some of the present team joining the professionals. You can take my word for it that the list cabled from New Zealand is almost entirely wrong. It has been cabled that 6 of the present team have been selected to go with the professional team. It is not so. There may perhaps be 1, but no more. The whole of the team have booked their passages home again. Francis, Cunningham, Gillett, Hughes and probably Nicholson will leave for Auckland direct on Wednesday. The rest of the team will leave immediately after the match on Saturday. I do not think professional football would succeed in New Zealand. It might in Sydney. In New Zealand the attendances at club matches are very small. 500 or 600 is a good crowd at a club match in Auckland. Mr. Sealing remarked that it was not his intention to follow up the game. He was retiring for good. He did not intend to take any more rinks. The The team had all suffered in health since their arrival in Sydney, and at Brisbane every member, without exception, had dengue fever or influenza. Gillett, though not well, could play wing forward on Saturday, but MacDonald, who received a severe injury to his back, would stand down. Several members of the team, he said, himself included, had not shown their true form during the trip. Union optimistic. A meeting of the Council of the New South Wales Rugby Union was held last night, and at its close, the Secretary, Mr. W. W. Hill, intimated that the Council was satisfied that there was no suspicion of professionalism attaching to members of the New South Wales team, nor the New South Wales members of the Australian team. Views of supporters. JGD writes expressing his belief that the entrance of the professional system means the decay of rugby. Outside a certain interested section, he adds, the vast majority of people are strongly opposed to our present winter pastime being degraded into a money-grabbing business for the benefit of a few alleged sportsmen, who care little about the interests of rugby, but a great deal about the welfare of themselves. However, from their mercenary action, good will spring, the rapid advancement of the Australian game of football. Friday, 9th of August, 1907. Professional team. Reported recantation. Wellington, Thursday. It is reported locally that matters in connection with the formation of the professional football team for England have taken an unexpected turn. Information has been received that all the Auckland members of the team now in Australia, who it was reported had signified their intention of joining the professional team, have now declared their intention of returning to New Zealand and remaining amateurs. The executive of the professional team profess themselves unperturbed. It is stated that the vacancies will be filled by the selection of equally good men. At least one of the team now in Australia is understood to be still determined to join the professionals. Gundagai, Thursday. Much interest is being taken in district football circles over the proposed professional rugby in Sydney. The unanimous feeling here is against the proposal, and a motion supporting the head of the union fighting the professional movement is to be moved at the next meeting of the South Western Rugby Union. Saturday, 10th of August 1907. Professional Rugby. 8 clubs represented. New South Wales Football League. A meeting of players and others interested in the professional movement was held at Bateman's Crystal Hotel on Thursday evening. The chair was occupied by Mr. Hoyle. There were about 50 present, including a number of first-grade players, no fewer than 5 captains being amongst those in attendance. 8 senior clubs were represented, the remaining 3 being University, Manly and Western Suburbs. The Manly Club is away on a tour of the rivers. Before business was entered upon, all present had to sign a document agreeing to play against the New Zealand professional team shortly to visit Sydney. The matches are set down for August 17th, 21st and 24th on the agricultural ground. It was resolved to form a body called the New South Wales Football League. Matters in connection with the project were discussed at length, the general tone being that members were not to go in for out-and-out professionalism, but simply to make good out-of-pocket expenses. A selection committee was appointed consisting of 3 who were captains of first-grade clubs. It is stated on good authority that some leading players and supporters have received intimation from their employers that they must either forego their positions or professionalism. The question of grounds occupied some attention. There are 3 grounds mentioned as available for the new league next season, viz. Wentworth Park, Agricultural Ground, and Hampden Oval. The organisers of the movement are Mr. J. Giltinan and a prominent cricketer. New Zealand Professional Team. Wellington, Friday. 15 members of the professional football team left for Sydney by the Warrimoo this evening. They were Pearce, Turtill, Lavery and McGregor, Canterbury, Wrigley, Masterton, A. H. Baskerville, R. Callum, E. Lyle, A. Gilchrist, and E. Watkins, Wellington, Cress, Byrne, Wright, Tyne, and Kelly, Petone. The final selection will be made in Sydney. It is suggested that more than one amateur of the All Blacks may yet join the professionals. Monday, 12th of August, 1907. The Professional Movement. The professional rugby teams were widely discussed on Saturday in town and out at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It was thought that there might be a number of alterations in the Australian team, but happily those anticipations did not prove correct. The players who attended the meeting on Thursday night at Bateman's Crystal Hotel were asked to sign the following agreement before the meeting opened. I hereby agree, if selected by the controllers, to play rugby football against the New Zealand professional team at Sydney in any or all of the 3 matches on August 17th, 21st and 24th next respectively. It is expected that all information will be shortly available as to the teams, and the New South Wales Rugby Union will then take action. Rugbyite writes, "There have been several interesting letters appearing in your columns of late, pointing out the alleged awfulness of the advent of professionalism in rugby. The writers and the public should not lose sight of the fact that the unions are to a great extent guilty, inasmuch as they scoop in all the spoil, and certainly do not believe in that judicious policy of give and take. In the event of a player being injured, and in nearly every match there are injuries, in some cases of a serious nature, the unions, to quote the words of many of the players, are most niggardly in the matter of medical expenses and any other incidentals, only paying the bare costs, and in some instances not that. Players are beginning to arrive at the conclusion that there is little or nothing to be gained by their risking life and limb for the sport-loving fraternity, and to gratify the monetary gluttony of the rugby unions. The unions are wholly to blame for the present state of affairs. If they do not meet players in the matter of expenses more liberally, professional rugby is sure to come. The public must also not lose sight of the fact that rugby is not the only game of football. We have the Australian game making strides in our midst, and which game is played almost universally in the other states, and if the conscience of the sport-loving public will not allow them to watch professional rugby, then they can cheer themselves hoarse by supporting and watching the truly national game. Clean Sport writes, "In your issue of Tuesday 8th instant, Mr. Hungerford says he will fight professionalism with tooth and nail, at the same time knowing a leading member of one leading team to have received a certain sum to visit Queensland to play in the second Test match." Mr. Alex Knox writes, "As a non-partisan, I have read with great interest the discussion appearing in your columns regarding the new phase of rugby football, and must express my concurrence in the proposed change, it appearing to me that the players have not hitherto received from the Metropolitan Rugby Union the consideration to which they are entitled. I am further of the opinion that the new idea will in no way lower the standard of play, but must tend to elevate it. I would suggest that the new league enlist the support of honorary members from the outside public." Tuesday, 13th of August 1907. Professional football. Players selected. Reprisals against employers. A 1908 English tour. A meeting of the newly formed Professional New South Wales Rugby League was held at Bateman's Hotel last evening. Mr. H. Hoyle, President, occupied the chair, and among those present were Mr. J. J. Giltinan, Secretary, Mr. Victor Trumper, and about 30 players, including Messenger, Eastern Suburbs, Graves, Captain, Balmain, Hennessy, South Sydney, Hamill, Captain, Newtown, Abercrombie, Vice-Captain, North Sydney, Burden, Captain, Sydney, T. Costello, ex-Australian Captain, Henlon, ex-interstate player, Hutchinson, late Balmain, T. O'Donnell, Balmain, Brackenrig, Eastern Suburbs, Rosenfeld, North Sydney, Lutcher, North Sydney, Cheadle, Newtown, P.J. McNamara, Late Eastern Suburbs, Glanville, North Sydney, P. Mayor, Glebe. All the clubs were represented, with the exception of Western Suburbs and University. Mr. J. J. Giltinan, in course of an explanation of the aims of the League, said that they would not be professionals in the strict sense of the term. It was intended to pay the men their travelling expenses and for loss of time from work. To be a good sport, one's hand had to be frequently in one's pocket, and this was also to be provided for. They intended to help old footballers by putting them on the gates and making them line umpires, paying them for their services in either case. If they became strong enough, they hoped to establish pensions. Then they could use their influence as well as the other unions to secure billets for players. But they would not, when a man changed his mind and went over to the other side, use that influence to get that man thrown out of his billet. Cheers. He mentioned the name of one man who would have played in Saturday's match if he had backed down, and now it was said that if he played against the professional All Blacks he would lose his job. If he does, continued the speaker, well, he can come to me, and I'll give him a billet myself. Cheers. Regarding the Epping ground, he would like to say that if the Metropolitan Rugby Union offered sufficient inducement, the League would probably rent it from them next year. They would not have enough grounds to play on. Laughter. They intended to fully insure all their players, and he would say, by the way, that the MRU would not have made any move in that direction had they not got a hint as to what the League intended to do. Hear, hear. But the League would not give the injured man 1 guinea a week, but just double that. He urged the men to stick to their guns, and hoped to be able to hand over a bumper cheque to the new clubs after the forthcoming matches. Mr. Trumper, who was acting with him in this matter, was one of their straightest men. They did not look to make anything out of the venture. They spent their money as sports, and if they lost, that was their lookout. However, they wanted the men to back them up, and he was sure that when the time came, they would not object to the promoters taking out the little dividend they had put into the venture. He had written to England trying to arrange for a team to leave Australia in 1908, so that they could also hold out the inducement of a trip to the old world, though not on a 3 shillings a day basis. Cheers. The men would get a certain percentage of the gate, and if they came back with £200 in their pockets, well and good. Cheers. They were going to select 19 men for Saturday's match, but they would not publish the names of the other players who had signed on yet, so that they might be able to play for their clubs on Saturday. Mr. Giltinan announced that he had engaged the Town Hall for Thursday night for a public reception of the All Blacks. The chairman said that in view of the threats by employers to dismiss men who played for the League, they wanted it to be understood that any man so dismissed would be supplied with funds to take up a case at law against the employer. But in the case of threatened dismissals, if the player would lay the matter before the executive, they would interview the employer and put their side of the case before him. Mr. F. Henlon, ex-international player, in sympathising with the League, said that he felt sure that in the old days men were paid to play the game, and that there was no talk about it, and why not? Mr. George Boyce, who recently retired from the MRU Referees Association, explained the steps taken to form a referees' union in connection with the League. 90% of the MRU Association would join the new body in consequence of the disqualification that existed. It was intended to place all active referees on the list for selection for representative matches. Referees would be allowed their uniform, travelling expenses and out-of-pocket expenses, the same as the players. At a committee meeting subsequently held, the following 20 players were selected to go into training for the matches against the New Zealand professional team. Backs: C. Headley, Glebe; J. Stunts, Eastern Suburbs; H. Messenger, Eastern Suburbs; E. Fry, South Sydney; F. Cheadle, Newtown; A. Rosenfeld, Eastern Suburbs; L. Dalpouget, Eastern Suburbs; W. Farnsworth, Newtown; and J. Hickey, Glebe. Forwards: R. Mabel, Eastern Suburbs, A. S. Hennessy, South Sydney, H. Hamill, Newtown, S. Pearce, Eastern Suburbs, P. Moyer, Glebe, W. Cann, South Sydney, R. H. Graves, Balmain, H. Brackenrig, Eastern Suburbs, H. Glanville, North Sydney, A. Dobbs, Balmain, E. Courtney, St. George. The selectors were R. Burden, Sydney, A. Hennessy, South Sydney, and R. Graves, Balmain, assisted by H. Messenger, Eastern Suburbs. The team will be coached by R. Burden. The training quarters are the agricultural ground, and operations will begin this evening and will be continued on Wednesday and Friday. It was stated last night that one of the above players would receive £50 for playing in 3 matches. To the Editor of the Herald. Sir, it seems to have been taken for granted by certain people that because a number of players here are willing to meet and play the New Zealand professional team for England, the sport is threatened with dire consequences. One would be led to believe by what has appeared in the press that professional rugby was first heard of when a team was formed in New Zealand. The fact that the game flourishes in England under professionalism, and that this all-black combination will meet the most famous players in the old country, is completely ignored. England is the home of rugby, and there is a larger section of the public support the game under the system by which the players draw expenses, than the section which supports the pure amateur element. It has been stated that all sport goes down when the players are paid any form of remuneration for their services. Well, rugby in England directly disproves this, as also does first-class cricket there and in Australia. If paying the players ruined the game, where would our chance of playing England at cricket be? Every player worth picking has had his share of the gate abroad, and a fat fee for expenses at home. Supposing the worst comes to the worst, and a new union is formed, which will pay proper expenses to the men and treat a player liberally when he is required, is it not likely that the game will be strengthened here? The hide-bound Metropolitan Rugby Union has always neglected the good rule that the strength of the clubs should be the basis of the whole management. If a new union is prepared to give the clubs under its wing better treatment, then the present union must follow suit. The consequence would be that rugby would soon be on an improved wicket all round. Still keener interest would be aroused, and the game would be more liberally patronised. It is well known that the players who are willing to join the new movement do not ask, nor will they receive, more than fair expenses and proper attention when hurt. Yet attempts are being made to brand them as renegades to the good old game, and sports who are only out for what they can make. Surely the public, to whom so many appeals are being made on behalf of the unions, must see that these men have a perfect right to resent the shabby treatment they have received. It would be a fine thing, no doubt, if every player could afford to neglect his work and travel on 3 shillings and 4pence per day. But who is to keep the pot boiling while the worker is away playing the noble game and drawing thousands of pounds to a central exchequer? It is an open secret that while the All Blacks were making Great Britain ring with their exploits, some of the families dependent on players were almost starving in New Zealand. How much semi-professionalism there has been in rugby in New South Wales, it is of course impossible to say, but what there has been distinctly unfair. It is only when a man who is wanted badly refuses to go on that arrangements are made to meet him. The most common form of semi-professionalism is finding billets for special players, and it is a significant fact that according to the papers, certain players have been threatened with the loss of their billets in the event of their playing against the professional All Blacks. What employer who really requires the services of a man will dismiss him for changing the conditions under which he plays football? I am confident that the public will take a fair view of the case for the players, and that they will attend to see a good game, with an all-black combination that is setting out to take on the best team in England. I am, etc., James J. Giltinan, ONSEC, New South Wales Rugby Football League. End of Part 3. Part 4 of The Birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The All Blacks arrive. 14th of August to 16th of August, 1907. August the 14th, 1907. The Football Crisis. Union versus League. A willing game. Who will win? The publication of the names of the team to meet the New Zealand professional combination may be taken as the kick-off in the great match, Union versus League. Both sides are confident, and besides claiming that they have the support of the best footballers, contend that the public are with them. The question as to the latter claim will no doubt be settled on Saturday, when the League will make its debut by pitting its strength against a team selected from the cream of New Zealand, as one of the visitors described the professional combination yesterday. As to the ability of the players supporting the new venture, that will remain unknown until the names of the men are published. So far, 138 first-grade players have declared themselves in favour of the League, but at a meeting attended by the majority of them, it was decided not to disclose the names until the movement took a more definite shape. From the attitude adopted by the representatives of the two bodies yesterday, it would appear that the League was going to make the game willing from the start, while the Union intends to play a waiting game and trust to its fullback, amateurism, to defend the goal. The All Golds seemed to recognise that the contest they had entered into was going to be a hard-fought one, while on the other hand, their opponents, who have been dubbed the Lily Whites, think that the affair is hardly worthy of notice, calling the League a 9 days' wonder. The public who are being appealed to for a decision appear to be pretty well divided on the matter, although the general feeling amongst followers of the game is that the crowd will go where the best football is to be seen. Each club has its following of supporters, and if half the players go over to the League, it is more than likely that they will take their proportion of barrackers with them. For instance, the eastern suburbs followers, almost to a man, may be looked on to give their attention to the match played on the agricultural ground, in which their idol, Messenger, together with 7 of his club mates, will participate. The members of the newly formed League object to being called professionals. Speaking on the subject yesterday, Mr. Giltinan, the secretary of the movement, said that the Union was making a great song about keeping the professional player out of the game. He contended that the League did not aim at establishing a system whereby a footballer could make a living at the sport. What they really wanted to do was to see that a man was paid his out-of-pocket expenses and reimbursed for any monetary loss he sustained through playing in a match. He would also be given liberal expenses while travelling, and paid well if he happened to be incapacitated through injuries received during a match. There was no intention on the part of the founders of the League to split the money up amongst the players. After providing for the contingencies mentioned, anything left over would be devoted to furthering the interests of the sport, such as by providing training quarters and trainers for the clubs. Referring to the matter of payment, Mr. Giltinan said, "There's one thing I wish you to mention. The rumour has been freely circulated that Messenger is to receive £50 for playing in the 3 matches against New Zealand. I want you to say that I, as Secretary to the League, deny that any such arrangement has been made with the Eastern Suburbs crack. He has received no money, nor has he been promised any beyond his out-of-pocket expenses. That I can make a statutory declaration on if required. The story is a low-down trick of somebody who wants to sow seeds of discontent and distrust amongst our players." The general opinion of members of the Metropolitan Rugby Union is that the new league will disappear like the comet. In fact, they regard the team for Saturday as being so weak that, leaving out Messenger, it is no more than a good second-grade one, not by any means representative of the metropolis, let alone of New South Wales. They assert that it is not the intention of the executive to take any definite steps at present, but rather to let matters work out their own ends. The public, they think, might go next Saturday to the agricultural ground out of curiosity, but once the novelty wears away, the whole thing will settle down, and before long the Football League be a thing of the past. In fact, said one prominent member of the Union, These fellows are out for spoil. One of them has already been promised £50 for this match. If the others don't get that amount also, they will want to know why. A rumpus will take place, and thus a division of the spoils will actually become the lever that will upset the apple cart. No difficulty, it is stated, will be experienced in filling up the vacancies in the teams. The Eastern Suburbs team will probably be weakened the most, but the members of the City and Suburban Union who reside in the Eastern Suburbs have volunteered their services, and each club has also a strong second-grade team to select from. The officials of the Union add that their intention is to wait and act as occasion requires. A full meeting of the Committee of the Union has been called for tomorrow evening. In the meantime, the clubs will act for themselves as usual in the selection of their teams for Saturday's matches. It is pointed out, however, that no member for any club can be pronounced a professional until he has actually played with professionals. That means that not one of the teams selected for Saturday's professional match against New Zealand can be disqualified for life and struck off the membership roll of any club until he actually takes part in that game. It is also asserted that one of the players who was mentioned as a probable professional has intimated that his name was included without his authority, and he has no intention of playing. One or two others are also said to be wavering. The New Zealand professionals. Arrival of the first batch. The cream of New Zealand. The Wellington detachment of the New Zealand professional team on its way to Great Britain arrived at Sydney yesterday. They were met by the officers of the newly formed league and escorted to the Gresham Hotel, where they will be quartered. The Auckland members of the combination are expected to arrive by the steamer Victoria on Thursday. 15 men came in the Warrimoo. Amongst them was Mr. A.H. Baskerville, the promoter of the tour. In the course of an interview, Mr. Baskerville said that the team consisted of the cream of New Zealand footballers. The movement to send professionals to England was started by him nearly 12 months ago. No sooner, however, did he commence to negotiate with the players than the New Zealand Rugby Union disqualified him for life and refused to allow him on any ground in which a match was being played. This action on the part of the Union gained him a lot of public sympathy. Notwithstanding the difficulties put in his way, he managed to get a team together which he claims is equal to any that has ever left New Zealand. Every one of the men going, he said, are good. There are no has-beens amongst us. The venture was purely a personal one of the members of the team. Each man before he left New Zealand had to deposit £50 to cover his expenses to Great Britain. Some were not able to put up the whole sum, but in these cases one of their mates usually lent them the balance. The names of the full team, as supplied by Mr. A. H. Baskerville, are as follows. Fullbacks: H. Rowe, Auckland, and E. Turtle, Wellington. 3/4: J. Lavery, Christchurch, D. McGregor, Wellington, W. G. Smith, Auckland. 5/8: H. Wynyard, Auckland, W. Wynyard, Auckland, L. Todd, Auckland. Halfbacks: E. Tyne, Wellington, A. Kelly, Wellington, W. Tyler, Auckland. Forwards: C. Byrne, Wellington, E. Watkins, Wellington, C. J. Pearce, Canterbury, H. R. Wright, Wellington, D. Gilchrist, Wellington, T. Cross, Wellington, W. Johnson, Otago, A. Lyle, Wellington, A. Callum, Wellington, W. Trevarthen, Auckland, W. Mackerel, Auckland, C. Dunning, Auckland. Nearly all the members of the team have represented their provinces. Only one of the All Blacks recently in Sydney is in the team. He is W. Johnson, a forward, who made a name for himself by his hard play. The victorious All Blacks who toured Britain last year are represented by D. McGregor, the famous wing 3/4, G. W. Smith, the centre 3/4, and W. Mackerel, who earned distinction in the front row. Yesterday afternoon some of the men went out to the agricultural ground and did a little training. On Thursday night the team will be tendered a public reception at the Town Hall. Thursday, 15th of August, 1907. Football crisis. Rugby Union divided. A liberalising influence. It is not so improbable that the Rugby Union may decide at its meeting this evening to take the wind out of the league's sails by adopting a more generous policy towards its players than has hitherto characterised it. More than one official has expressed the view that the Union's past interpretation of amateurism has been unduly strained, and, as one put it, the action of the League may exert a liberalising influence upon the more conservative members. While the Union may not care to go so far as to dish the League by adopting its policy as a whole, there is a likelihood of proposals being put forward which may lead many players to hesitate before parting company with the body under which they have played in the past. One member of the Union has expressed the opinion that it would be unwise for the Union to take action before Saturday's match, because some of those chosen or who had taken part in the formation of the Football League might come back to the Union's fold. One of the acts of professionalism is asking, receiving, or relying on a promise, direct or implied, to receive any money consideration whatever, actual or prospective. It was pointed out by one official that there was room in the Rugby Union for the exercise of more liberality towards the representative players, and he quoted the case of Dix, the New South Wales fullback. Without stating the amount earned by Dix, it might be said that in return for the salary he is losing, he receives 3 shillings a day, and that is supposed to represent pocket money while away. Considering that Dix has been absent from his home in the New England district almost entirely since May 29th, his football account must show a substantial debit balance. A number of Union officials hold the opinion that there is room for improvement in this direction, and it will probably come in due course. Home team picked. The balance of the New Zealand team are due to arrive today, and this evening the visitors will be welcomed at a smoke concert at the Town Hall. The 15 to meet the New Zealanders were chosen yesterday by Messrs Hennessy, Burden and Graves, and are: fullback C. Headley, 11 stone 8 pound; 3/4 J. Stunts, 12 stone; E. Fry, 11 stone 1 pound; H. Messenger, 12 stone; F. Cheadle, 10 stone 7 pound; halves A. Rosenfeld, 11 stone 1 pound, and L. Dalpouget, 11 stone 6 pound; forwards H. Hamill, 12 stone 10 pound; A. P. Hennessy, 12 stone 1 pound; R. Mabel, 11 stone 9 pound; P. Moyer, 11 stone 10 pound; F. Pierce, 13 stone 6 pound; H. Cann, 12 stone 4 pound; H. Graves, 12 stone; H. Brackenrig, 12 stone. Emergencies: H. Glanville, 14 stone 7 pound; A. Dobbs, 12 stone 4 pound; E. Courtney, 12 stone 8 pound; W. Farnsworth, 11 stone; J. Hickey, 11 stone 2 pound. The referee appointed is Mr. G. Boss. Something about the team. The team chosen is a fair one. Several combinations might be chosen equally as good from the clubs in the first grade competition. Still, that might almost be said concerning a representative team of New South Wales. The fullback is Headley, who would no doubt have played fullback for New South Wales and Australia had not Dix been discovered. The 3/4 include Stunts, who put in capital work against Queensland in the second match, the prettiest of the 3, also Messenger, about whom there is no need to say anything. He is perhaps the most brainy man of the Australian 15, and Fry and Cheadle have shown good work at times for their clubs. Concerning the 5/8, there is just a chance Messenger may play in the position. Rosenfeld had a few supporters for his inclusion in the rep team. Dalpouget has been in Brisbane. The forwards are a good average lot, both in skill and weight, and they may put up an interesting game against the New Zealanders. They are all men who are well known as triers for their clubs. The early match. The early match on the agricultural ground on Saturday is Newtown vs Sydney, an Australian rules fixture. The fact that rugby and Australian rules engagements will be played on the same ground will no doubt provoke a smile. The All Blacks. Aucklanders' departure. 4 of the Auckland contingent of the All Blacks will leave this morning by the Mokoia, the departure of which boat was deferred from midnight last night until 11 o'clock today. The four are Nicholson, Cunningham, Francis and Gillette. O'Sullivan left on Tuesday night by train for Melbourne, for which city Booth will depart on Sunday. Fryer is up at Muswellbrook, having some shooting. O'Sullivan and Booth will leave by the Miowera on August the 28th for Wellington. Friday, 16th of August, 1907. Football crisis. Metropolitan Union meeting. Waiting for the cat to jump. A meeting of the Committee of the Metropolitan Union was held at the Rooms last night. The chair was occupied by Mr. H. D. Wood. Mr. Logan moved that if there were anything to lay before the meeting regarding the professional movement, it should take precedence of the ordinary business of the meeting. A discussion ensued in which reference was made to an agreement alleged to have been signed by a number of players. The chairman remarked that nothing could be done, an inquiry would have to be held. The players who were said to have broken their amateur status were entitled to be heard. Mr. McMahon said they had no evidence to show whether any agreement had been signed. The chairman ruled that the English Union had given the New South Wales Rugby Union powers to exercise with regard to professionalism. The New South Wales Rugby Union had not delegated those powers to the Metropolitan Union. Therefore, it would be necessary to ask the New South Wales Rugby Union to delegate such powers to the Metropolitan Union to carry out the laws in the metropolitan area. A meeting of the New South Wales Rugby Union will be held on Monday. Influences at work. There were rumours yesterday that some of the players who had signed a document to the effect that they would play against the New Zealanders if required had withdrawn from that position, and it was stated that W. Farnsworth and Courtney were not going to play with the league. With regard to Headley, the fullback of the team, the league supporters asserted that his employers are not favourable to his leaving the Union, and if it be a question of losing his billet, he would rather give up the game. The case of Dobbs. An unrehearsed scene was enacted with the Balmain team at Mudgee. Mr. McQuaid, the secretary of the club, explained yesterday that Dobbs had to pay his own fare returning from the tour of the Balmain club. Mr. Armstrong, the manager, who had received instructions from headquarters, would not give him his ticket. Mr. McQuaid wired to his team to come home and not to play at Lithgow, as a protest against the action of the Union. The wire was, "I wish you to return at once, as a protest against the action of Armstrong. Disgraceful." Dobbs was at Mudgee, and Mr. McQuaid states that he had to make arrangements for Dobbs's return. Mr. H. W. J. Howe, secretary of the Metropolitan Union, said, "Dobbs told the manager that he wanted to leave to play with the league team. He was asked if that was all he wanted to go for, and said yes. Dobbs was then told that as he had not completed the tour, and his only excuse was to go to Sydney to play with the professionals, he would have to pay his own expenses. We have," concluded Mr. Howe, "already had to send a man to fill his place in the team. Coleman leaves on Friday." Mr. P. McQuaid brought the matter of the return of Dobbs before the meeting of the Metropolitan Union last night. He reported that the Balmain club had gone on a tour and that Dobbs was left stranded at Mudgee. Mr. McMahon: "How was he left stranded?" Mr. McQuaid: "His name appeared in the paper, and he wanted to come home." The chairman thought the better plan for Mr. McQuaid to follow would be to write into the Union and make a complaint. Mr. Dent said that there was a report that Dobbs wanted to play with the professional team. Mr. McMahon asked if Mr. McQuaid would give the meeting an assurance that he had nothing to do with the movement. Mr. McQuaid: "I have too much to do to mix with any professional movement." All Blacks welcomed. Footballers as white slaves. Allegations of sweating. The visiting All Blacks were welcomed to the vestibule of the Town Hall last night at a smoke concert under the auspices of the New South Wales Rugby Football League. The visiting team entered shortly after 8 o'clock and were accorded a great ovation by the 490 persons present. The cheering was persisted in till it reached almost a deafening roar. The All Blacks were clearly delighted with the reception, and took their seats along the front rows, blushing like schoolboys. The The New South Wales team filed into the room next, and the cheering was renewed. Messenger was specially singled out for a demonstration, but that player was shy of taking compliments, and found a seat as quickly as possible. The outbursts of enthusiasm having subsided, an excellent musical programme was given, Mr. L. de Grön playing the accompaniments. Mr. Harry C. Hoyle, during an interval in the music, tendered the New Zealanders a hearty welcome. He hoped their tour would be pleasant, and that they would be successful. The new league had been twitted with having ulterior motives. As a fact, they had formed their leagues, both here and in New Zealand, as a protest against the unfair conditions under which rugby players had previously laboured. They believed it was unfair for men to bring thousands of pounds to the gates and then be treated as white slaves. They were doing what they believed to be right, were acting within the four corners of the law, and would trouble the other side to mind his own business. Applause. The leagues had been formed to help along football. Out of the gate money, the players were to be paid sufficient to keep up the dignity of the game, and their own dignity during their visits to other centres. Applause. They felt that they had right on their side, with the public behind them, and were prepared to fight their opponents to the finish. Applause. The public would be convinced that the league was in the right, working on straight lines, and in the best interests of the game. Applause. The visitors were then greeted with 3 cheers. Mr. Baskerville, promoter of the New Zealand team, and Mr. Palmer, its manager, briefly returned thanks. Mr. Palmer said that the players on their side were not actuated by any mercenary motives. Cheers. The Rugby Union of New Zealand had brought the trouble upon itself, and judging by the celerity with which the league had been got together in Sydney, he took it they had been treated pretty badly too. He hoped to see the All Blues in New Zealand. Their visit would be a success, and he would be prepared personally to put up a guarantee of £1,000. The New Zealanders then mounted the stage and returned the greeting in Maori. "For they are jolly good fellows," was given thus: "Tenei te tangata, pairawa ata, eki anamato katoa, tenei te tangata, pairawa ata, eki anamafo katoa, hippi hippi hooray." The team to represent New Zealand tomorrow will not be selected until today. The Aucklanders are not expected to arrive until this morning, and a rough trip may mean that some who would otherwise be chosen may have to stand down. Mr. Baskerville, the manager, was spoken to last night concerning a rumour about town that Messenger was going with the New Zealanders, and he replied, "How could he go as a New Zealander?" Wednesday's matches. The New Zealanders will put 2 teams in the field next Wednesday. One will be against New South Wales, and the other will meet a team not yet decided upon. There will be 32 New Zealanders available. End of Part 4. Part 5 of The Birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first professional fixtures. 17th of August to 22nd of August 1907. Saturday, 17th August 1907. Rugby football, a new era. New Zealand versus New South Wales. A new era in rugby football will be opened in Australasia today, when the New Zealand professional team to visit England and play in a series of matches with the northern counties will meet at the agricultural ground of 15 playing as New South Wales, though all come from the metropolitan area. This is the first open declaration for professionalism in rugby football in New South Wales. It is nearly half a century since the game was taken up seriously in New South Wales, and since then no one has ever been disqualified for professionalism. Public feeling has been much stirred during the past few months with respect to the new movement, and really, considering the age of amateur football, the public sympathy with the seceding players was surprising. The strongest opponents to professionalism admit there is hardship under the present amateur constitution, but there does not appear to be any way to amend it without breaking away from the English Rugby Union. Today's match should result in a victory for the New Zealand team. The movement here is too much in its infancy to admit of as good a selection as might be made when the grade competition is over. It was stated by one of the delegates to the Metropolitan Union on Thursday evening that 150 players were prepared to join the league, but many want to see the season out with their clubs. The Auckland contingent of the New Zealand team arrived last night. The following will represent New South Wales. Fullback, C. Headley, 11 stone 8 pound. 3 quarters, J. Stunts, 12 stone. E. Fry, 11 stone 1 pound. H. Messenger, 12 stone. F. Cheadle, 10 stone 7 pound. Halves, A. Rosenfeld, 11 stone 1 pound, and L. Dalbouget, 11 stone 6 pound. Forwards, H. Hamill, 12 stone 10 pounds. A. S. Hennessy, 12 stone 11 pounds. R. Mabel, 11 stone 9 pounds. P. Moyer, 14 stone 10 pounds. F. Pierce, 13 stone 6 pounds. H. Cann, 12 stone 4 pounds. R. Graves, 12 stone. H. Brackenrig, 12 stone. The New Zealand team will be fullback, Turtle, 3 quarters, Wrigley Todd Rowe, 5/8, R. Wynyard, McGregor, halves, Kelly Tyne, forwards, Watkins, Mackerel, Cross, Wright, Byrne, Gilchrist, Pearce, emergencies, Gleeson, Tyler, Trewarthen and Lyle, touch judge, W. Johnston. The early match between Newtown and Sydney under Australian rules will begin at 1:30 and last until about 3:30. Other matches. The organisers of the New South Wales League have received 2 offers from country towns to send down teams to meet the New Zealand second team on Wednesday next. Ladies will be admitted free to the matches on that day. There is a strong likelihood of a match between New South Wales and New Zealand being played in Melbourne on August 28th. The promoters are awaiting a wire from a Mr. John Wren of Melbourne. The new league should well consider every possibility before closing with any one individual. A conference will be held between representatives of the New Zealand team to visit England and the New South Wales Rugby Football League. The recall of Dobbs. Legal proceedings rumoured. In consequence of the telegram sent by Mr. McQuaid, secretary of the Balmain Club, calling upon the Balmain team to return to Sydney at once as a protest against the action of the New South Wales Rugby Union, 2 players, Craig and Ballaram, arrived in Sydney yesterday. Men will be sent to Lithgow, where the team plays today, to fill the vacancies. Coleman, who Mr. W. J. Howe stated in yesterday's issue would take Dobbs' place, denies that he is going. He has, however, no intention of playing other than amateur football. There is some talk about Dobbs taking legal proceedings. E. Courtney, who it was stated by Mr. Logan, secretary of the St. George Club, had withdrawn from the movement, called at his office yesterday and stated emphatically that it was his intention to play with the league. Mr. Logan, secretary of St. George Club, made the statement. Headley also intends to play. Hickey of Glebe and Slater of Newtown have decided to play for their clubs in the competition. Dr. Kent Hughes on professionalism. Dr. Kent Hughes, who is manager of the Victorian team of boxers now in Sydney for the Interstate Championships, in responding to the toast of the visitors yesterday, referred to the present movement in football. After stating that there was no intention on the part of the Melbourne University to take up rugby, he said that sport and money were 2 opposite terms. The athlete who sold his services to a club would sell that club just as quickly when occasion required. Down in Melbourne, veiled professionalism went on in football, and in his experience, extending over the last 15 years, every one of those professionals had simply wasted his life. They never did any good, and it was a great shame that any body of men should persuade an athlete to devote the best years of his life to professional football, unfitting himself for work in life. He thought it would ruin the whole of a man's subsequent career. Monday, 19th of August, 1907. Professional football, New Zealand versus New South Wales. Won by the visitors by 12 points to 8. Perfect weather conditions for spectator, though a trifle warm for player, and a crowd of 20,000, representing nearly £1,000, were the conditions under which the new era in rugby football was opened in Australasia by a match between the New Zealand team to visit England and a New South Wales 15 at the agricultural ground. The result was a win for New Zealand by 12 points to 8. The play created a good deal of enthusiasm from kick-off to full-time. It was always interesting. The forwards on both sides shone well in every department, the visitors having the advantage over the home team in cohesion, pace and skill in footwork. Owing to the fact that both back divisions had little or no combined training, there was a want of passing rushes. Better work will, no doubt, be exhibited in later engagements, especially in view of the fact that 4 of the visiting team arrived only on Friday evening, after a heavy passage. The men found the ground hard as their knees and elbows gave evidence. Teams: New South Wales. Fullback: C. Headley. 3/4: J. Stunts, E. Fry, H. Messenger, F. Cheadle. Halves: A. Rosenfeld and L. Dalpouget. Forwards: H. Hamill, A. S. Hennessy, R. Mabel, P. Moyer, S. Pearce, H. Cann, R. Graves and H. Brackenrig. New Zealand. Fullback: S. Turtle. 3/4: E. Wrigley, L. E. Todd, H. Rowe. 5/8: R. Wynyard and D. McGregor. Halves: A. Kelly and E. Tyne. Forwards: E. Watkins, W. H. Mackerel, T. Cross, E. Wright, C. Byrne, D. Gilchrist and Pearce. Referee: Mr. G. Boss. New South Wales won the toss and defended the Paddington end. Play hovered about between the two 25s for a while. New South Wales were the first to start combined play, the ball being handled by the halves and 3/4 and travelling across the ground from one 25-yard flag to the other, but without any gain at all. A few minutes later, Messenger called forth cheers for a clever run and kick in the visitors' territory. The New Zealanders changed the scene of operations to the home 25, where Cheadle secured and short kicked to Wrigley. Todd kicked for goal, and Messenger rushed the ball back to half-way. Twice in quick succession the visitors forced, once as the result of a drop at goal by Messenger. At the centre, the visitors showed a rather pretty piece of combined play. The ball was heeled out, and Kelly started a movement in which the ball was handled by McGregor and Wrigley, and the home 25 was reached. Here New South Wales were penalised, and Turtle kicked for goal, the home team forcing. The game was fairly fast, and there was a good deal of enthusiasm among the crowd, who freely recognised the outstanding points of the game. The feature of the play so far was the magnificent dribbling rushes of the visitors, who time after time ran down the ground in rare style, brushing the light blues aside as they went on their course. A splendid dash by both sides worked up the enthusiasm of the crowd. It ended with a penalty against the visitors, and Messenger, from just inside the half-way, made a capital effort at goal, the kick just lacking sufficient weight to carry it over the bar. New Zealand rushed the ball out, and a light blue elected to run instead of marking, and a few home fumbles gave the visitors an opportunity from which they closed with a score. Wright and Wrigley figured in a passing rush, which ended in a try by the former. Turtle failed at goal. New Zealand 3-0. Several times the visitors were penalised, both in the open and in the scrum, but Messenger's efforts at goal were unsuccessful, though one kick, taken from dead on the centre line, was a remarkably good one. A splendid burst was shown by Cheadle, who, taking a quick throw-in from touch by Messenger, ran dodgingly to the visitors' quarter. A passing rush by Wynyard and Todd closed with a score by the last mentioned, which Wrigley failed to convert. New Zealand 6-0. At the visitors' 25, opposite the goal, the home team started a passing rush. Dalpouget opened the movement, and passing to Cheadle, the last mentioned lost the ball close to the line, but Messenger, coming along, picked up and scored a try, which the same player failed to convert. The half-time whistle sounded on a lovely passing movement by Graves, Mabel and Fry. The scores at the interval were New Zealand 6 points to 3. Second half. Shortly after the kick-off by Hennessy, Wrigley fumbled the take, and for the moment matters looked dangerous. But from a quick recovery, he returned into touch at centre. At the visitors' 25, the ball went to Cheadle, and then to Messenger, who dropped at goal, New Zealand forcing. The visitors working along the eastern wing got to the home 25, where New South Wales had a few anxious moments in defence. The ball was kicked to Wrigley, who took a drop at goal, New South Wales forcing. Stunts brought down the house with a splendid breakaway and run to neutral territory, and then Messenger got in a capital line kick to the visitors' 25. The blue forwards came down the ground and got well into the visitors' territory with a lovely combined rush. Headley was cheered on several occasions for smart gathering and kicking, he each time finding the line with distinct advantage to his side. In the midst of a smart dash at the New Zealand 25, Messenger accepted a clever mark. His own kick was blocked magnificently. In less time than it takes to tell, he again secured possession, and though he had his Guernsey torn off his back, he shook himself clear of the tackle and found the line at the visitors' 25, amidst loud cheering. A light blue rush closed with a force by the Blacks, and from the kick-out Messenger marked and himself kicked unsuccessfully for goal. For the first time for some minutes, the All Blacks got into the light blue territory where the offenders were penalised, and McGregor kicked unsuccessfully for goal. The referee, Mr. Boss, held control of the game right through, though towards the end he was not satisfied with the way the ball was put into the scrum, and put it in himself. The Blacks were now doing all the attacking. Todd gained applause for a catch and line kick, and Wrigley on the other side of the ground put in a good run until forced out within a few yards of the New South Wales corner. In a scrum close to the New South Wales goal, the ball went out to a light blue, who speculated foolishly, and Wynyard marked right in front of the goal. Wrigley kicked the goal, making the score New Zealand 9-3. Messenger put in a brilliant run at the centre. He secured possession in his own half and sprinted to the visitors' 25 and centred. Todd was tackled before he could get in his return, and in succeeding loose play the ball went towards the line, and Cann, picking up, scored a try which Messenger converted. New Zealand 9 points to 8. A good deal of enthusiasm was shown by the crowd over this successful play. Working the ball down to the home territory, Stunts failed to gather, and Cross, securing, he scored in a fairly good position, Wrigley failing at goal. New Zealand 12 points, New South Wales 8. Full time. Melbourne match uncertain. Owing to difficulties in connection with fitting in the proposed match in Melbourne with the departure of the boat, there appears to be little likelihood of the New Zealand versus New South Wales match being played there. Football crisis. Metropolitan Rugby League. Proposed compromise. Messrs L.G. Abrams, J. Clayton, J. Payton, P.F. McQuaid, J. Flanagan, J. Dickey, and several other delegates to the MRU, who are all staunch supporters of amateur rugby football, have signed the requisite notice for a special meeting of the MRU to be convened at once to consider the following motion, to be moved by Mr. L.G. Abrams and seconded by Mr. J. Clayton. 1. That any playing member of a first-grade club affiliated to this union, representing the state or the union, shall be allowed, upon the production of a certificate from his employer, his loss of wages during such time he shall be absent from his employment, which shall not exceed 10 shillings per day. 2. Should any accident occur to any first-grade player, either in an interstate or a competition match, which necessitates his being unable to follow his occupation, he shall, upon the production of a certificate signed by a duly qualified medical man, stating that from such accident he is unable to resume his work, be allowed his loss of wages until such time that the medical adviser certifies that he is able to resume his work. 3. That any playing member of a first grade club affiliated to this union, representing either the state or this union, shall be allowed the sum of 5 shillings per day for personal or out-of-pocket expenses, in addition to his loss of wages. It is stated that some 3 years ago an effort to carry similar motions was defeated. It is quite on the cards that some similar propositions to the above may be submitted to the meeting of the New South Wales Rugby Union tonight. Against the Constitution. At present it is deemed an act of professionalism to receive compensation for time lost in playing football or in travelling in connection with football. To amend this, it will be necessary to get the authority for the amendment from the English Rugby Union, or cut adrift from that body. Tuesday, 20th of August, 1907. The Football Crisis. New South Wales Rugby Union. Meeting of the Council. Metropolitan Union to deal with professionalism. A meeting of the Council of the New South Wales Rugby Union was held last night, Mr. J. F. McManamy presiding. It was anticipated that the Council would have taken some decided step to deal with those players who met the New Zealand professional team last Saturday, but the Union contented itself with delegating its powers regarding the laws of professionalism to the Metropolitan Branch to take action and report to the Union. The laws of professionalism, it might be pointed out, are controlled by the English Rugby Union, which delegates such powers to the New Zealand and New South Wales Unions and the South African Board to carry out its regulations, and they in turn have been given the right to delegate such powers to other bodies in New Zealand, New South Wales and South Africa respectively. Support for the League spreading. Morpeth and Singleton. Speaking to the toast of the visiting team, Singleton, at a banquet given by the Morpeth Football Club at Morpeth on Saturday evening, the Mayor, Alderman J. Nogan, an old New Zealander, and a few years ago captain of the Morpeth Football Club, referred to the new rugby football era upon which New South Wales had entered. He said that he was an ardent admirer of clean sport, and knowing something of the manner in which the amateur cricketers of the state were monetarily treated when on tour, he undertook to say that the objective of the new league was more in the direction of placing footballers upon a parity in that respect than from ideas of becoming rich themselves at the expense of the players. If he was not greatly mistaken, the league flag would be floating over 5/8 of the rugby grounds of the state 2 years hence. The initiation was in clean hands, and he was certain the public would get clean football, and the interests of those providing it would be fully conserved. Mr. Nogan's remarks were applauded and were supported by Mr. Fawcett, captain of the Singleton team, and by Mr. John Gillis, MLA. Professional Rugby. New Zealand vs New South Wales, tomorrow's match. The second match between the New Zealand professional team to visit England and New South Wales will be played on the agricultural ground tomorrow. Owing to the non-arrival of Wynyard, G. Smith and Dunning, who left Auckland last night, and also to the fact that several of the visitors were knocked about on the hard ground on Saturday, it has been found impossible to place 2 New Zealand teams in the field tomorrow. The early match will be between Marrickville Borough and McIlrace Club. We have been requested to state that ladies will not be admitted free, as was stated. The proposed contest between the New South Wales team which visited Western Australia and another New South Wales 15 has been abandoned. The country players had to get away home. Wednesday, 21st of August, 1907. Professional Rugby, New South Wales vs New Zealand, today's match. The second of the 3 contests arranged between the New Zealand professional team to visit England and New South Wales will be played today on the agricultural ground. The first match was in every way a success, no fewer than 20,000 people, representing almost £1,000 being present. That engagement was won by New Zealand after a keen and interesting struggle by 12 points to 8, and another good game may be expected today. There is some doubt about Stunt's taking part owing to a bad ankle. An early match will be played between a Marrickville team and McIlwraith's club. Thursday, 22nd of August 1907. Professional Rugby. New Zealand vs New South Wales. Easy win for visitors. A cold westerly, which considerably interfered with the game, prevailed yesterday afternoon when the second match between the New South Wales and New Zealand professional teams took place. The attendance was just short of 4,000. The home team were completely outplayed and were beaten by 19 points to 5. There was a vast difference in the play of the two sides. All the same, had New South Wales seized opportunities, the defeat would not have been so pronounced. Taking the game by and large, the home team put up a very weak contest. Teams: New Zealand, fullback L. S. Turtle, 3/4 L. Todd, H. Rowe, D. McGregor, 5/8 E. Wrigley and R. Wynyard, halfbacks J. Gleeson and W. Tyler, forwards R. Wright, T. Cross, W. Mackerel, A. Callum, W. Trewarthen, A. Little, W. Johnson. New South Wales, fullback E. Fry, 3/4 W. Cann, H. Messenger, F. Cheadle, A. Devereux, halves D. Brown and A. Holloway, forwards S. Pearce, H. Glanville, A. S. Hennessy, R. Mabel, P. Moyer, A. Dobbs, E. Courtney, R. Graves. Referee Mr. G. Boss. New Zealand won the toss and Messenger kicked off. New South Wales at the beginning beat the visitors for the ball in the scrum, but they handled it badly, the high wind evidently bothering the players. McGregor ran strongly, skirting the touchline, but he passed offside to Gleeson, who got over the line. Instead of a try, the visitors were penalised. The game now became particularly fast, and at times was exciting. Messenger put in a clever feinting run, and beating opponents, he opened the way for a pass to Cann, which, had it been taken, might have closed with a try. Cann earned applause for following on and blocking the visiting fullback Turtle from returning, and a few minutes later a similar compliment was passed to Fry for saving. Messenger was injured when in the midst of about 4 forwards, and had to retire for a few moments. His shoulder was hurt. Shortly before half-time, Rowe secured at the centre and ran splendidly to the corner, where he cut in and then passed to Todd, who scored in the corner just as he was tackled by Devereux. Turtle failed at goal. New Zealand 3 points to 0. On resuming, Wynyard, securing in the ruck, ran through the light blues while they were looking on, and he scored a capital try. Turtle failed at goal. New Zealand 6 points to 0. The visitors were now playing all over the home team. Their handling of the ball was accurate, and their passing at close quarters quite nonplussed the light blues. In the course of a scramble on the home line, a light blue punted, and the wind carried the ball over the line, and when it came down, Rowe secured and scored a try, which Wrigley failed to convert. The scores at half-time were New Zealand 9 points to 0. Second half. After the usual kick-off, the blue forwards, with Moyer and Graves at the head, transferred play from centre to the visitors' 25, and Cheadle was accorded applause for getting in a capital line kick, the ball going out a yard from the visitors' corner. Back to the centre, Messenger broke away but lost the ball, and Todd securing, he ran a long touch and beating Fry's tackle, secured a try which Wrigley converted. The wind caught the ball in the flight and carried it over the bar. New Zealand 14 points to 0. The Blues tried passing, the ball being handled by Brown, Cheadle, Cann, Messenger and Devereux, but not a yard was gained. The game became willing, too much so, for a player on each side exchanged blows. Johnson and Cross were playing a splendid game in the visiting forwards, heading rush after rush. With penalty kicks, Messenger generally found the line, but it was always to no purpose, for the visiting forward or the backs were soon back in the home half. Once Brown dashed away and got to within a few yards of the visitors' line, where he threw back wildly, and the blacks relieved. A few minutes later, Cann secured, and passed to Dobbs, to Cheadle, who ran for the corner and cut in, then passed to Holloway, who scored in the corner. Messenger, with a magnificent kick, converted the try into a goal amidst much cheering. New Zealand 14 points to 5. In a hard burst, Dobbs was hurt and was carried to touch. The New Zealand forwards made a rush, and Tyler secured a try in the corner. A light blue went at him and struck the corner flag. The crowd thought it was Tyler who did so, and hooted at the referee for his decision. Wrigley, with the wind behind him, kicked a goal from the touchline and made the full-time score, New Zealand 19 points, 2 goals, 3 tries, to 5, 1 goal. Messenger and the All Blacks. Negotiations are proceeding with regard to the inclusion of Messenger in the New Zealand team for England. Inquiry last night elicited the information from one of the New Zealanders that Messenger had not quite made up his mind. Having got so far, it is considered that his inclusion in the team is a certainty. New Zealand players suspended. Wellington, Wednesday. The Wellington Rugby Union has suspended 6 players for participating in the professional matches in Sydney. End of Part 5. Part 6 of The Birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 1907 season ends. Rugby Union in crisis. 23rd of August to 2nd of September 1907. Friday 23rd of August 1907. Professional Rugby. New South Wales vs New Zealand. The New Zealanders have picked the following team to meet New South Wales on Saturday. Fullback S. Turtle. 3 quarters G. Smith, H. Rowe and J. Lavery. 5/8 E. Wrigley and R. Wynyard. Halves Kelly and W. Tyler. Forwards Watkins, W. Mackerel, T. Cross, R. White, W. Johnson, W. Trevarthen and Byrne. Emergencies Gilchrist and Todd. The visitors have chosen a remarkably fine lot of forwards, and with regard to the backs, it will be seen that the team includes G. W. Smith, who established the Australasian record for 120 yards hurdles. The side that can leave out Todd after his exhibition on Wednesday must be a strong one. Harking back to Smith, it will be interesting to see him facing Messenger. Incidentally, it may be mentioned that the visitors think they will put up a record score on Saturday. There is some doubt about Dobbs and Moyer playing in the New South Wales 15. The former received a kick on the head, and Moyer was kicked on the ankle so seriously that it is said that he will have to put it in plaster. English programme. The following representative matches have been arranged for the professional team. December 18th, Yorkshire. January 1st, Wales. January 8th, Cumberland. January 11th, England. January 18th, Lancashire. January 25th, Northern Union. Saturday, 24th of August, 1907. Professional Rugby. New South Wales vs New Zealand. Last big match of the season. The closing match of the season, outside the semi-finals and final of the first grade competition, will be played this afternoon and will be between New South Wales and the New Zealand professional team to visit England. The first engagement resulted in a victory for New Zealand by 12 points to 8, and the second went the same way by 19 points to 5. The second match of the visitors showed a great improvement on the first, the result of the better understanding of one another's tactics, which makes for combination. Today's exhibition may be expected to be better still. The arrival of the remaining Aucklanders gives the selectors a wider range of choice. The scene of the contest will be the agricultural ground, and the teams are as follow. New South Wales, fullback C. Headley. 3 quarters J. Stunts, E. Fry, H. Messenger, A. Devereux. Halves F. Cheadle, R. Holloway. Forwards H. Glanville, J. Abercrombie, R. Mabel, S. Pearce, H. Cann, R. Graves, H. Hamill, Brackenrig. Emergencies Brown, Dalpouget and Courtney. New Zealand Fullback S. Turtle, Canterbury. 3/4 G. W. Smith, Auckland. H. Rowe, Auckland. J. Lavery, Canterbury. 5/8 E. Wrigley, Wairarapa. R. Wynyard, Auckland. Halves A. Kelly, Wellington. W. Tyler, Auckland. Forwards E. Watkins, Wellington. W. Mackerel, Auckland. T. Cross, Wellington. W. Johnson, Otago. R. Wright, Wellington. W. Trevarthen, Auckland. C. Byrne, Wellington. Referee Mr. T. O'Farrell. The early match will be between Sydney and East Sydney under the Australian rules. Messenger joins New Zealand team. At length, the negotiations which have been proceeding between the New Zealand team and H. Messenger, the crack New South Wales 3/4, have ended, and the result is that he joins the team for England and will play as one of them, share and share alike. Messenger is 24 years of age and is a native of Balmain, though for over 20 years he has resided almost on the beach at Double Bay. His ability as a footballer was first recognised by one of the masters of the Double Bay Public School, Mr. J. Mullaire, and he gave him every encouragement and a lot of good advice. Messenger was then about 12 or 14 years of age. For some years he was one of the 3/4 of the Warrigal Club, playing in the city and suburban competition. Then he took a spell for a year, and at the end thereof, on an invitation from Mr. Fraser, secretary of Eastern Suburbs Club, he joined that club's second-grade team and helped it to win the competition in 1905. Thus, 2 years ago, he was playing in the second-grade ranks. Now he is considered to be the finest rugby player in Australia. In 1906 he was promoted to first grade, and the same year he represented New South Wales against Queensland, and this season he played in every representative contest except the one in which Australia was beaten by New Zealand by 26 points to 6, and then he had a bad ankle. The try he got when he leaped over an opponent will be remembered for many years. Messenger will leave on Sunday night with the balance of the New Zealand team by express train to catch the Ortona at Melbourne. 17 are remaining behind for today's engagement. The others sail today. It is quite possible that Messenger may follow up rowing for a time in England, but he has not the slightest intention of remaining to play professional rugby there. He will return as soon as the tour is over. His friends are giving him a send-off at the Oddfellows Hall, Woollahra, tonight. A conference was held last night at the Gresham Hotel between representatives of New South Wales and New Zealand. Those present were Messrs. H. D. Hoyle, A. S. Hennessy, A. Burden, H. Messenger, J. C. Gleeson, Palmer, A. H. Baskerville, V. Trumper, and J. J. Giltinan. The business was conducted in camera. Monday, 26th of August, 1907. Professional football. New South Wales versus New Zealand. Won by New Zealand, 5 points to 3. A good match. The third engagement between the professional All Black team to visit England and the New South Wales League was played in warm weather on Saturday afternoon. The agricultural ground where the contest took place was visited by about 8,000 people who saw a hard and at times fast game without much attempt in the way of passing rushes. At half-time, New South Wales led by a penalty goal, 3 points to 0. In the second spell, thanks to a desire by Messenger to force instead of catching the ball and running it out, the visitors, following up a penalty kick at goal, secured a try, which was converted into a goal, and the New Zealanders won an exciting game by 5 points to 3. New Zealand won the toss and defended the Paddington end. New South Wales pressed from Messenger's kick-off, and after play between the two 25s, the home team attacked. A high punt in front of the visitors' goal was caught by Rowe, who ran back over his line, where he was tackled by 2 light blues. Rowe cleared himself splendidly, leaving the New South Welshman sprawling on the ground, and he ran, and amidst cheers, kicked out at the centre. Thrown in, Messenger presently took a drop kick at goal. It was a magnificent effort, though unsuccessful. The visitors forcing, the Blacks got a splendid rush, which extended from their 25 to the home line. Wrigley was specially prominent in this movement, which should have closed with a try, but for Messenger saving and kicking dead to the fence. New South Wales were, however, having the better of the game, and in the visitors' half several free kicks were awarded against the Blacks, and at length Messenger found the way over the bar amidst much cheering. New South Wales 3 points to 0. The home forwards were showing much the better work in the loose, their rushes being very fine. The Blacks could not handle the ball at all, and the passes were not given as accurately as usual. A splendid dash was, however, shown by the visitors, and a rare struggle ensued on the home line, Wynyard looking like getting in. At length, New South Wales found relief in a sensational way. The visitors' three-quarters tried passing in front of the opposing goal, and Devereux intercepted and ran to the centre, where he passed to Brown, who got to the 25, but a blind pass pulled up the movement. In this burst there was an unrehearsed scene. One of the players lost his nether garment, and the two teams gathered round him while a fresh pair of pants were requisitioned. The game was undoubtedly a good one, and was particularly fast. Wynyard broke away at the centre and ran to the home 25, where he passed to Smith, who was splendidly brought down by Headley. Just before half-time, the Blacks showed a beautiful succession of passes, the ball being handled by the halves and three-quarters, ground being gained each time until the corner was reached, where, on the line, Kelly was held up, and from the scrum New South Wales relieved. Half-time scores: New South Wales 3 points to 0. Second half. The second spell opened with a hard attack by the Blacks, and for a time the Blues had their work cut out to keep the visitors back. The Black forwards were playing a great game, and the home team were also making the pace a cracker. Still, there was little combination amongst the backs. Long punts were one of the features of the game. Headley was playing in capital style. After a period of defence, the Blues, using the line, got into the visitors' territory, Messenger's line kick driving them to their 25. Play between the two 25s occupied attention, the centre figure of the play being always Messenger. New South Wales were awarded a free for illegal interference on the line-out, and, going back to the centre line, Messenger kicked for goal, and the effort was blocked. The game was willing, much too willing. A Black on one occasion dumped a Blue on the ground. The New Zealanders made the score 5-3 in a remarkable way. They had a free kick in the home 25, and the ball was allowed by Messenger to go to ground in the hope of a force. But instead of the ball going onwards, it bounced back, and before the home three-quarter could recover, Johnson came down on the ground, secured possession, and fell over the line, and the try was converted into a goal. Within 5 minutes the Blacks were again kicking for a goal, a penalty for offside in the scrum, but nothing resulted. A lot of lines out and scrums reduced the value of the game as an exhibition of rugby from a spectator's point of view. Glanville took a mark inside the visitors' half, and Messenger made a good though unsuccessful effort at goal, New Zealand forcing. The main point about the game was the excellent line kicking on both sides. Messenger presently had another kick at goal, this time from a mark by himself, and was unsuccessful. The whistle sounded on a win for New Zealand by 5 points to 3. Presentation to Messenger. H. Messenger, who has joined the New Zealand team, was on Saturday night at Woollahra made the recipient of 2 purses of sovereigns. A large number of residents of Double Bay, where the popular footballer has his home, and of the eastern suburbs generally, met to offer their congratulations to him. Mr. McLaughlin occupied the chair, and in handing Messenger the token of esteem from the residents, referred to the guest's brilliant career as an exponent of the rugby game. Many of the New Zealanders, as well as prominent local players, were also present, some of whom endorsed the chairman's remarks. The second presentation was made by Mr. Giltinan on behalf of the New South Wales Rugby Football League. Departure of New Zealand team. The New Zealand team left by express train last night for Melbourne, where they will catch the Ortona for England. They were accorded a send-off by about 200 people. Cheers and war cries were given as the train left the station. Thursday, 29th of August, 1907. New South Wales Rugby Football League. A meeting of the committee of the above was held last night at Bateman's Crystal Hotel. The press was not admitted. It was, however, gathered that the players who took part in the 3 recent matches have intimated that they are prepared to forego any claims for remuneration, preferring to allow their shares to go towards the establishment of a fund on a sound basis. Messrs. Boss and O'Farrell were made life members of the league. They refereed the 3 matches against the New Zealand professional team. A referees' association formed. A meeting to form a referees' association in connection with the New South Wales Rugby Football League was held at Bateman's Crystal Hotel last night. Mr. E. Hooper was in the chair. Mr. T. O'Farrell was elected Secretary pro tem. Amongst those present were Messrs. G. Boss, W. Oberg, P. A. Stanton, H. Johnson, W. H. Woodhill, H. Odbert, G. Hay, G. Seabrook, and P. Rohan. The rules of the New South Wales Rugby Union Referees Association were adopted, with increased remunerations. Those who join the association will be guaranteed engagement every Saturday, either as a referee or linesman. Mr. T. O'Farrell was appointed on Secretary, and Mr. P. A. Stanton Treasurer. Mr. G. Boss was elected representative on the league. The New Rugby. Meeting of Metropolitan Union. Motions out of order. A special general meeting of the Metropolitan Rugby Union, Mr. H. D. Wood presiding, was held last night to discuss the following resolutions, of which Mr. L. G. Abrams had given notice. 1. That any playing member of a first-grade club affiliated to this union, representing the state or the union, shall be allowed, upon the production of a certificate from his employer, his loss of wages during such time he shall be absent from his employment, which shall not exceed 10 shillings per day. 2. Should an accident occur to any first-grade player, either in an interstate or a competition match which necessitates his being unable to follow his occupation, he shall, upon the production of a certificate signed by a duly qualified medical man, stating that from such accident he is unable to resume his work, be allowed his loss of wages until such time as the medical adviser certifies that he is able to resume his work. 3. That any playing member of a first-grade club affiliated to this union, representing either the state or this union, shall be allowed the sum of 5 shillings per day for personal or out-of-pocket expenses in addition to his loss of wages. The chairman said it was his duty as president to rule the motion out of order. He did so at that stage, because if he allowed discussion, a point of order would be taken, or if it was not, it would be his duty to state what his opinion was on the subject. The result would be that considerable time would be wasted. The resolution was not merely an expression of opinion, because it decided that any playing member of a first-grade club should be allowed his loss of wages. That was clearly a direction. It would also mean amending the rules dealing with professionalism, which could only be dealt with by another union. Mr. Green asked if there was any way in which the amendments could be discussed. The chairman agreed that the matter was of such importance that it would have to be dealt with in the proper way at an early date. Mr. Abrams moved to dissent from the chairman's ruling. The union, he contended, was quite in order in discussing the motion. He denied that his trend was towards professionalism. It was a matter of such vital importance that until someone took a point of order, discussion should be allowed, so that the public and the players could see that they wanted to do what was right. They were face to face with the greatest crisis in Australian rugby. Mr. Clayton explained why he had seconded the motions. Mr. Clayton said he agreed with the speaker's ideas as to a fair allowance being made for loss of wages, such for instance as the Cricket Association granted. While he was of opinion that a man should not play for gain, he should certainly not suffer loss. Under those conditions he had agreed to second Mr. Abrams' motion. Mr. Abrams: None of you fellows would take it up. Mr. Clayton quite agreed with the chairman's ruling. It was no use, however, trying to bluff the players. If they were going to make an allowance, they must have a conference with the other states and New Zealand, or it might result in their not being recognised. His idea was that they should then go to the English Rugby Union and get them to recognise Australian conditions. Hear, hear. He was sorry some members of the club he represented had broken away. He was certain, if they had understood all the circumstances, they would not have done so, but he was convinced the unions would have to make good the losses which players incurred. Both the public and the players demanded it. Mr. Abrams, I told you 4 years ago that it would have to be done. Had anyone else brought the matter forward, it would have been all right. Cries of "Order!" The chairman took exception to Mr. Abrams' remark. It could only be directed at him. Mr. Abrams assured the chairman he had no intention of imputing anything improper to him. The motion to dissent from the chairman's ruling was lost. Monday, 2nd of September, 1907. Review of rugby season. First grade competition. New Zealand matches. The rift in the lute. By the final match in the first grade competition on Saturday, important football for 1907 concluded, when Glebe defeated University for the Premiership. Next season we shall be preparing for dispatching a team to England for 1908 season. The curtain has fallen upon the most remarkable year in the history of rugby football in Australia, and there have been across the Tasman Sea enough happenings to cause 1907 to be well remembered. The evenness of club teams and the prospect of the All Blacks' visit had their effect even in the preliminary engagements. In view of such popularity, there is no fear of rugby ceasing to be the national football game of New South Wales. 3 contests from one Saturday to the following Saturday attracted 123,000 people to the Sydney Cricket Ground. No one could possibly find fault with the first grade competition. Despite the plethora of big football, club matches attracted large crowds, and Saturday's 20,000 was a fitting wind-up to an extraordinary season. A casual glance through each Saturday's results will furnish quite sufficient evidence that things which are equal to the same are equal to one another does not apply to sport, and especially football. A was too good for B, and B for C, but C would beat A out of sight. This is what happened through the whole of the season. There is one instance in particular. University beat Glebe by 13-0 in the preliminary round. In the final, Glebe beat University by 13 points to 0. Between club and club, honours are easy. Glebe have won the Premiership, the final victory which gives them the championship being thoroughly deserved. They rose to the occasion and played perhaps the game of their lives. The usually brilliant alma mater representatives gave few instances, and then when too late, of that combination which has made them famous. Glebe's showing on Saturday was so far ahead of previous displays that one could scarcely believe they were the same team. Glebe's season has been a peculiar one. In some cases they were decidedly lucky to win, and strange to say, those matches were against the weakest in the competition. Manly have secured the wooden spoon, yet Glebe defeated them by no more than 9 points to 8. St. George, the runners-up for that doubtful distinction, lost to Glebe by 5-3. Though the Illawarra suburbanites played the better game, Glebe were quite satisfied to win without establishing big figures. They just scraped home on many occasions. When they got in front, they were content to hold their advantage, and the effect of this is shown in the fact that after 13 matches, their credit balance in points is but 39. On the other hand, University, with 3 defeats and a drawn game to Glebe's 2 defeats, have a credit balance of 91, actually within 10 of Glebe's aggregate points for the season. Glebe's score twice ran into double figures. University did so on 9 occasions. Eastern Suburbs showed out promisingly, thanks to having on their side the most versatile player in Australia, Messenger. After having made a splendid showing right up to the closing stages of the competition, they received a blow from the professional movement which left them staggering. Nevertheless, they found recruits who, with 7 or 8 of their former first-grade side, played Glebe so good a game in the semi-final as to be defeated only by 3 points to 0. South Sydney had an in-and-out season, and considering the weakness of Sydney in the back division, that team showed at times fine form, especially when they defeated University by 6-3. St. George were unfortunate in losing Judd, whose leg was broken in the first Queensland contest. The district of Balmain is torn by contending football interests. It actually supports teams in rugby, the Australian game, and in soccer, and in view of so heavy a drain upon the football youth of the suburb, the first-grade rugby team have done not at all badly. Before passing away from the first-grade competition, reference should be made to an incident at the close of Saturday's final, which sent a glow of pleasure coursing through the veins of the spectators. Time was when the cricket and football grounds were in reality tented fields, and not surrounded by piles of buildings such as adorn the Sydney cricket ground. The enthusiasm of the crowd would reach such a height that a section would break through the boundaries and carry shoulder high the man who had played the most important part in winning for his side. The presence of the cold-blooded police have been responsible for the get-up-and-go-straight-home tendency which now exists. But on Saturday this was broken through. A couple of supporters of the Glebe Club got onto the ground and shouldered high Conlon, the captain of the victorious team, and the crowd looked on beamingly, cheering again the victor, and the vanquished was not forgotten. Saturday's incident recalls a personal recollection of something similar, which, while there was a possibility of a fatal ending, had a decidedly humorous side. It was at the finish of the 1880 cricket match between New South Wales and Victoria at Melbourne. Victoria had to get 40 or 50 runs, and there were but 2 wickets to fall. The game, as far as Victoria was concerned, was apparently all over, bar shouting. Assistance, however, came from an unexpected quarter. Frank Allen, known as the bowler of a century, and Elliott, the wicket-keeper, were together. They were not thought to be able to stand for any length of time, but the chances of the game were shown. The two won the match. The crowd rushed the ground and soon had Allen and Elliott in their grip. The former lost consciousness, and it was some time before he was brought round. Now comes the sequel. Some years afterwards, the writer, in referring to Allen, wrote that he was so delicate that he fainted after having helped to win a great Victorian victory. On seeing this, Mr. Allen wrote in explanation. He stated it was not because of delicate health he collapsed, but because one of the crowd, more enthusiastic than the rest, had him by the throat and was strangling him. Next day, wrote Mr. Allen, I was dining at Paris in Burke Street, and a gentleman, a stranger, sitting at the same table, offered his congratulations upon the previous day's win, and asked how did I like being carried off the ground into the pavilion. I replied, I did not like it at all, for one man, in the excess of enthusiasm, had me by the throat, and all but strangled me. At this the stranger jumped to his feet, threw out his bosom, smote his chest, and his face glowing with pride, exclaimed, That was I! I informed him, continued Mr. Allen, that unless he wished to be called upon to answer a charge of manslaughter, not to carry a man that way again. Harking back to the football season, the results of all big engagements have the effect of placing New South Wales ahead of Queensland and on a par with New Zealand. If the result of the games with the All Blacks, 1 win each and a drawn game, is to be accepted as the outcome of improvement amongst the New South Welshmen, then there is occasion for congratulation. Indeed, looking no farther than actual results, there is satisfaction in the fact that New South Wales played such good games with New Zealand. But whether honours easy is due to improvement in the home side or a deterioration in the visitors is not quite clear. The form shown by the New Zealanders, except on 1 or 2 occasions, was not what previous teams have shown. They themselves claim to be quite as good as the combination which visited Australia in 1903, but upon that point there is considerable doubt. The success of New South Wales following upon the series of triumphs by the All Blacks in Great Britain is responsible for the hope that the team for England next year will acquit themselves creditably. The close of the season has been marked in New Zealand and New South Wales by a step which strikes a big blow at amateurism. A professional New Zealand team are now on their way to the north of England. A league having for its object recompense for loss of time, which is not allowed under the New South Wales Rugby Union, has been formed in New South Wales. During the summer, this body will no doubt work hard to place itself on a sound footing. As to how far it will succeed, only time can tell. That there are hardships upon players under the constitution of the old unions is admitted, even by those who stick for out-and-out amateurism. The professional movement, whether it be successful or not, will apparently have the effect of improving the case of representative players. It has stirred leading members of the governing bodies to action, but those who are responsible will suffer the usual martyrdom. They will probably be disqualified for life. End of Part 6. Part 7 of The Birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. News from England, the All Blacks Tour. 13th of September 1907 to 10th of January 1908. Friday, 13th of September 1907. Professional Rugby. Players disqualified. At Wednesday night's meeting of the Metropolitan Rugby Union, all the players who took part in the matches against the New Zealand professional team were disqualified, and also the Marrickville team, which played the early match in one of the engagements. These players cannot play with any club affiliated to the Metropolitan Union. They are not disqualified for life or for any term, but simply disqualified. The removal of these disqualifications can only be effected through the English Rugby Union. The names of those first-grade players who have incurred the above penalty are C. Headley, E. Fry, F. Cheadle, Brown, H. Messenger, A. Devereux, J. Stuntz, L. Dalpouget, A. Holloway, H. Pearce, W. Cann, H. Glanville, J. Abercrombie, H. Hamill, H. Brackenrig, R. Mabel, R. Graves, A. S. Hennessy, P. Moyer, A. Dobbs, E. Courtney, A. Rosenfeld. The committee of the Metropolitan Union held an inquiry which extended over 2 nights and gave every player an opportunity to show cause. Monday, 16th of September 1907. Football, Rugby, St. George Club. Mr. Carruthers on Professionalism. At a meeting of the St. George Football Club, Mr. J. H. Clayton presiding, on the motion of Mr. W. Logan, a vote of confidence in the Metropolitan Rugby Union was carried. The Premier, Mr. Carruthers, wrote stating that he was not in favour of professionalism, but he thought the men ought to get their out-of-pocket expenses. He strongly advised the lads to stick to pure amateurism. Mr. H. D. Wood and Mr. J. McMahon were also present and delivered short addresses. Wednesday, 25th of September 1907. Football dinner. The annual dinner of the Manly District Football Club took place on 21st inst. The chairman, Alderman E. W. Quirk, referred to the newly formed Football League. As far as the Manly Club was concerned, professionalism would not be tolerated. Mr. Adam Ogilvy responded. He felt certain the Manly Club would always remain loyal to the Rugby Union and never associate with professionalism. He thanked the New South Wales Union and Metropolitan Union for the treatment meted out to the Manly Club during the past season. Saturday, 5th of October 1907. Rugby in the north of England. In the course of a letter from Mr. Alexander, Manchester, to his brother, Mr. W. A. Alexander, Vice President of the New South Wales Amateur Athletic Association, the game played by the professionals in the north of England is thus described. The Northern Union teams play 13 men a side. The placings are as follows: 1 fullback, 4 three-quarter backs, 2 half-backs, 6 forwards. The men play the ball game. That is, when a man is held, no scrimmage takes place, but no matter in what position that man is, on his back, head, or anywhere else, he has to kick the ball to put it in play again. This is not always an easy matter for him, nor a very gentle process either. Then there is no throw-in from touch. The ball is scrimmaged among the men 5 yards from the line. Thus no advantage results from the ceaseless kicking out of bounds pursued by the players of the Amateur Union's game. If you can understand the above short description of the chief features of the game, you will readily see that the ball is always in play. Big, fat, beefy, beer-barrelled forwards are no use now at this game. They have to be fast, so the New Zealanders will have to put forward their best efforts to win. Also, they will find the professionals a very different lot to those the amateur clubs met during their previous and last visits. 26th of October 1907. Sport in England, from our special correspondent, Football. London, September the 20th. The football season opened on Saturday last, and all over England the grounds were crowded with spectators. It is not generally known in Australia how comparatively small a part rugby plays here. I attended the most important rugby fixture of the day, and found it witnessed by some 3,000 spectators. In many places throughout England, the newspapers recorded attendances of 30,000 for the British Association game, and 10 to 15,000 was quite the ordinary attendance. Football organisation here is of considerable interest, especially in view of the news of alarms and excursions that has reached us this week from Sydney. The association game is very largely a professional business, and competition games are played every day. The amateur element of the association has this year broken away from the parent authority, and a new amateur association has been successfully launched. In the case of rugby, the professional element is confined to the teams of the Northern Union, chiefly Yorkshire clubs, and so keenly is amateurism in favour among all other governing bodies of England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland, that the powerful Welsh Union has been unanimously applauded for its drastic action of last week, by which several clubs and some individual players were incontinently disqualified and expelled for conduct that savoured of professionalism. Wales is amateur to a man, a fact which is all the more significant because the great majority of the players are of the working class and could easily better themselves financially by joining the professional ranks. Little interest is evinced here in the forthcoming professional tour of the New Zealand team. Some strange statements concerning the team's doings in Australia have been appearing in the London press, and it is apparent that the men are expected to be identical with those of the All Blacks recently in Sydney. Some surprise and possibly disappointment would thus appear to be in store for those who are thus anticipating. In any case, in view of the very limited area to which professional rugby is confined here, it will be advisable for the New South Wales newly organised professionals to be very sure of their ground before embarking upon their suggested tour of the north of England next year. Friday, 15th of November 1907. Professional All Blacks. Opening match. Messenger in brilliant form. Files by the English Mail contain reports of the first match of their English tour played by the professional All Black team against Bramley, whom they defeated by 25 points to 6. Rugby enthusiasts here will be pleased to learn that Messenger registered the first score of the tour by kicking a penalty goal, and also got the first try, which he converted. Altogether he kicked 5 goals. Tries were also scored by Tyler, 2, Smith and Wrigley. In its comments on the match, the London Sportsman said, "It is to be presumed that the team chosen by the New Zealanders for the opening match represented what would be called their best side. It included 4 of the original All Black team, G. W. Smith, D. McGregor, W. Mackrell and W. Johnson, and in addition the Australian crack H. H. Messenger was included. Bramley relied purely upon their club team, and in the first half of the match came out of the ordeal with very considerable credit. At half-time, the home side had really had the better of the game, and but for Messenger's brilliant goal-kicking, the All Blacks would not have been ahead at that period. As it was, they only claimed a 4-point lead at the interval, the result of 2 goals kicked by Messenger. Each side had also scored 2 tries. In this latter connection, it is worth recalling the fact that when the original All Blacks were here 2 years ago, a goal was scored in their opening match, but several weeks elapsed before their line had been crossed. Yesterday, in the present team's opening game, Sedgwick, a squarely built right-wing three-quarter, got through their defence twice, and on each occasion, moreover, did so rather easily. In the first part of the game, the All Blacks adopted the policy of playing 5 forwards against 6, with Tyler as an outside man. These tactics did not pay at all, if one may judge from the frequency with which Bramley got possession of the ball. In the second half, Tyler went more frequently into the pack, and some rather better scrummaging was seen. It is perhaps difficult, or it might be even unfair, to form a comparison of the all-round capabilities of the present combination as compared with their predecessors from New Zealand. The conditions are different, not only in the rules, which bristle with technicalities, but also in the reduction of the forwards from 8 to 6. There is no doubt that this reduction, by restricting cohesive movements in the scrummage, tends to lessen the openings for organised attacks by the backs, such as rugbymen are accustomed to in the orthodox code, and such as we saw from Gallagher's famous team 2 years ago. In this sense, comparison is, as we have said, difficult, and may even be misleading. There is one point, however, upon which an opinion can be expressed without hesitation, and that is, that on the form of the All Blacks yesterday, they are, as a body, not so fast as the original team, while their passing was nothing like so polished or frequent. Only one really fine round of passing was seen yesterday, and even then the finishing touch was wanting. Smith seems to have lost none of his pace, and he and Messenger received considerable attention from their opponents yesterday, as they probably will do in many of their remaining matches. Thursday, 31st of October 1907. Rugby League. Financial matters. The New South Wales Rugby Football League has at length completed its constitution. Most of the clauses are just what would be drawn up for the control of any athletic body. The most important clauses are those controlling the finances of the league and the clubs. Some of them are: all metropolitan district clubs playing competition matches to receive, after paying ground percentage and wages, 33 1/3% of the net proceeds, and the league to receive 33 1/3%. The league to pay all advertisements and referees' fees. This only applies to first-grade matches, excepting the final match of the first-grade competition. The final match of first-grade competition, 33 1/3% of the net proceeds to be devoted to the hospitals, and the balance to the assurance fund. Any member hurt and incapacitated and prevented from following his usual occupation shall receive all medical aid, medicine, and £2 per week until fit to follow his usual occupation. The maximum time for receiving benefit shall be 16 weeks. Should any player be permanently injured, the matter may be brought before the committee, and such steps may be taken as the circumstances warrant. District clubs shall supply playing members with uniforms free of cost. Any player playing interstate or international matches in the Commonwealth and the Dominion of New Zealand, under the direction of the New South Wales RFL, will receive 7 shillings and 6pence per day for personal expenses outside the state, and 5 shillings per day within the state, and may receive 10 shillings per day, Sundays not included, for loss of time or salary. In international matches beyond the Commonwealth of Australia and the Dominion of New Zealand on the termination of the tour, the surplus, if any, after defraying all expenses such as steamer fares, railway fares, hotel account, meaning board and residence, football costumes, shall be divided between the New South Wales Rugby Football League and each member of the team, including the manager. Any playing member of any club playing Metropolitan District football under the direction of the New South Wales League will be reimbursed for his actual loss of time while playing football only, payment not to exceed 10 shillings per day, and such payment to be made by his club. Thursday, 5th of December 1907. New Zealand footballers. A candid critic. London, December the 3rd. The Times says the New Zealand professional footballers have not been careful to keep in good condition, and that the financial success of the tour seems to have demoralised some of them. The newspaper expresses the opinion that it is highly probable a majority of members of the team will accept engagements with teams of the Northern Rugby Union. Monday, 23rd of December 1907. Professional rugby. Australian team for England leaves in August. It was cabled recently from London that the Times had stated that the financial success of the tour of the New Zealand footballers was demoralising some of the members of the team. Since that message was received, private letters and cables have been received in New Zealand and Sydney in support of the statement regarding the remarkable support the undertaking was receiving from the people of the north of England. It was thought, when the team left, that as its operations would be limited to a comparatively small portion of England, the public would get tired of seeing it play, and as a consequence the undertaking would probably end in failure. Quite the reverse has happened. The financial outcome is quite beyond the anticipations even of the promoters. Such a report must strike a heavy blow at amateur rugby in Australia and New Zealand, perhaps in England and South Africa. Towards the end of last season, the New South Wales Rugby Football League was formed, and the secretary, Mr. J. Giltinan, early in the movement entered into correspondence with Mr. J. Platt, secretary of the English Northern Rugby Union, and raised hopes that a New South Wales team would visit England next football season. Apparently, it required only a successful issue of the present tour to settle the matter. On Saturday, Mr. Giltinan received a cable message from Mr. Platt inviting the New South Wales League team to visit England during the English 1908 season, under similar conditions to the present All Blacks tour. Prior to the departure of the New Zealanders, the English Northern Union lodged £3,000 as a guarantee to cover expenses, and, in addition, the team was to receive 70% of the takings. Each member of the team put in £50. Those who did not have it were charged 20% for the loan of it, the interest going into the general account. The constitution recently drawn up by the New South Wales League covers undertakings such as that proposed for next season. In view of the invitation from England, it is intended to send an Australian team in the coming August. A month later, the New South Wales Rugby Union will send a combination to England under the invitation of the English Rugby Union. In view of the fact that the tour through the north of England has resulted so well from a pecuniary point of view, it is possible the New South Wales organisers will get together a strong team, though one perhaps not representative of Australia. The prospect of a trip with a substantial cheque at the finish is a bait many may be prepared to accept. Footballers will have the option of going with one team as professionals or with another as amateurs. There is, however, a possible consequence of the clash of the two teams which cannot be overlooked. The famous MCC would not send a cricket 11 to Australia last year because of the trouble then existing among the Board of Control, the Melbourne Club and the leading players. The English Rugby Union may take a similar view and advise the postponement of the visit of the team of the New South Wales Union. Looking at the matter fairly and squarely, the professional movement is a serious menace to amateur football. The fear of failure kept some of the leading New Zealanders from joining the trip to England. Now its possibilities of profit are known, the next New Zealand professional combination will be much stronger. The Australian team will probably be chosen in July. Tuesday, 24th of December 1907. Amateur Rugby, the English Tour. In the opinion of several officials of the New South Wales Rugby Union, the proposed visit of a professional team to the north of England will not in any way affect the amateur team invited by the English Rugby Union to tour Great Britain. The New South Wales Union is satisfied that all the leading players of last season will remain loyal to the governing body. The team to visit England will leave in August or September and will be chosen about July. It is not yet decided whether the combination will be New South Wales or Australian. The Council is considering the question of increased allowances to players. The New South Wales Rugby Union expects shortly to hear what the programme of fixtures for the tour is. A conference was recently held by representatives of the English, Scottish, Irish and Welsh unions, and Mr. J.H.S. MacArthur, the representative of the New South Wales Rugby Union, was present. The programme of matches is expected to be the outcome of such conference. Wednesday, 25th of December, 1907. Amateur Rugby, trip to England assured, increased allowances. Following upon the receipt of cable messages that a professional team would visit England, and that the English Rugby Union had decided to dispatch a team to New Zealand. Came yesterday afternoon the news by cable to Mr. W. W. Hill, Secretary of the New South Wales Rugby Union, that England and Wales had approved the tour in 1908 throughout Great Britain of a New South Wales or an Australian team. Ireland and Scotland, it is understood, had already decided in favour of the tour. It was stated in yesterday's issue that a conference between representatives of the British unions was being held, and a cabled communication was shortly expected. It was also stated that the New South Wales team was confident the tour would take place. The cable message received by Mr. Hill sets all doubt at rest. The Secretary of the New South Wales Rugby Union is of the opinion that the team will come back via America and probably receive increased allowances. Naturally, the Rugby Union officials are highly pleased over the receipt of the information that the trip is assured, especially in view of the fact that an Australian professional combination has been invited to tour the north of England in the same year. It is possible that the British combination to visit New Zealand in April will come to Australia and play a few matches, and the British and Australian or New South Wales teams, as the case may be, will travel to England together. Friday, 3rd of January 1908. Rugby football. Wales defeats New Zealand. London, January the 1st. Wales, 3 tries, 9 points, defeated the New Zealand professional football team, 1 goal, 2 tries, 8 points today. The New Zealanders led at half-time by 8 points to 3. There was an exciting struggle in the second half, Wales obtaining the winning try just on time. The Scottish Rugby Union does not support the trip of a British team to New Zealand, on the ground that it is likely, indirectly, to strengthen the professional movement. Friday, 10th of January 1908. New Zealand footballers defeated by Cumberland. London, January the 8th. Cumberland scored 3 goals, 5 tries against the New Zealand professional rugby football teams, 3 goals, 1 try. Cumberland pressed the game during all the first half, scoring 15 points to 0. End of Part 7. Part 8 of the birth of professional rugby league in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. New clubs formed. 10th of January to 11th of February 1908. Friday, 10th of January 1908. Rugby League, enthusiastic meeting. New club at Glebe. A largely attended meeting of the New South Wales Rugby Football League was held in the Glebe Town Hall last evening. The Mayor, Alderman Lucas, presided, and among those on the platform were Messrs. H. Hoyle, President, Knox, Vice President, J. Giltinan, Secretary, G. Boss, and H. Oddbird, Referees Association, A. Burden, C. Headley, P. Moyer, V. Harris, J. Conlon, Glebe, A. McNamara and A. Waymark, Joint Secretaries of the Glebe Club, T. J. McCabe, Lancashire, G. Hamill, F. Cheadle, Newtown, A. Hennessy, S. Fry, South Sydney, and A. Dobbs, Balmain. The chairman said that the more opportunities given to young men in open field sports, the more likelihood there was of their being made into good citizens and fathers. Football was a manly sport when properly carried out, and taught young men to conduct themselves in conditions of great excitement in a cool and collected manner. He was not going to say anything about amateurism or professionalism. He would leave those points to men who knew more about the technicalities of the game, and were thus better able to advise the course they should adopt. Applause. Mr. H. Hoyle said it was remarkable that a section of the press, more particularly the so-called sporting section, had shown a most unreasonable antagonism to men who tried to introduce something new and better in existing conditions. Those present had seen what the New South Wales Rugby Football League officials had been doing, and the hearty response in numbers was a reply direct enough to show their confidence in the league and their willingness to go on with the movement. The league was formed because it was believed that the set of conditions controlling the Football Union were not suitable to the democracy and social conditions of the Australian people. Did they propose professionalism? Certainly not. The idea was absolutely absurd. The officials proposed that the men should play the game without loss to themselves, and in a manner that would make it better and more brilliant than ever. If any of the men lost their time, the gates that they would draw as footballers would have to make up their wages. Applause. If they were hurt whilst playing, they would receive £2 a week for 16 weeks, with free doctor and medicine until they had recovered. There was nothing wrong about that. The money obtained at the gates would be used to perfect football. The gate money would be disposed of in the following way. After paying the ground fees and other expenses, the balance would be dispersed by giving both the clubs and the controlling body 33 1/3% each. It was proposed to not only treat the players as men, but when they were going away to another state, they would be able to maintain their dignity by having money in their pockets for expenses at the rate of 5 shillings, and in some cases 7 shillings and sixpence a day, as well as being paid up to 10 shillings a day for loss of wages. He knew of many players who had gone to Queensland and had paid away the 3 shillings allowed by the Rugby Union in one shout. They must remember that they could not take a drink if they were worthy of the name of men without reciprocating. Mr. Giltinan displayed a cablegram he had received from England, which, he stated, was an invitation for an Australian team to visit that country. The sum of £7,000 was in the bank there as a guarantee, and the New South Wales Rugby Union would receive 70% of the gate money. Applause. It was resolved to form a Glebe District Football Club to be affiliated with the New South Wales Football League. The following were elected as office bearers. Patron, Mr. W. M. Hughes, MP. President, Alderman P. C. Lucas, Mayor. Vice Presidents, Alderman L. L. Earl, Messrs. A. Buckle, R. Burden and J. Sheerin. Acting On Secretaries, Messrs. A. Waymark and A. L. H. McNamara. Acting Treasurer, Mr. R. Burden. Provisional Committee, Messrs. F. Burke, P. Coleman, V. Harris, A. Burden, P. Moyer, H. Griffiths, L. Edwards, C. Headley, T. J. McCabe. Amid a scene of great enthusiasm, J. Conlon signed the roll as the first member of the new club, and nearly all those present followed suit. Wednesday, 15th of January, 1908. Rugby football. Is the Union backing down? Better treatment for players. At a meeting of the Council of the New South Wales Rugby Union on Monday night, it was resolved that in addition to the Acts of Professionalism, as provided for in the Union's Handbook, the Union hereby declares as an Act of Professionalism the holding of any office or assisting in any manner whatsoever any Rugby Football Association declared by this Union to be formed in opposition to the New South Wales Rugby Union in the state of New South Wales. Another matter discussed was the treatment of representative players. It was decided that steps should be taken to insert in the bylaws of the Union a bylaw providing for the granting of allowances to players representing the state who have been incapacitated by being injured in the field of play, and for defraying medical and other expenses caused through such injury. Although there has not been a bylaw to that effect, it might be mentioned that the Union has always adopted that course, and players injured while playing for the state have never lacked medical or other necessary treatment. It has been thought advisable by the Council, however, to make the point perfectly clear by including it in the bylaws. It has been decided that admission tickets should be issued to all players who have represented the Union to allow them to witness all representative games played locally by the Union. The Union has been desirous for some time past of allowing increased expenses to players representing the state, and the matter has been the subject of correspondence between the English Rugby Union and the local body. The Council hope to have the necessary approval within the course of a few weeks. The League. New club at Newtown. A largely attended meeting, convened by the New South Wales Rugby Football League, was held last evening in the Newtown Town Hall. The President, Mr. H. Hoyle, occupied the chair, and amongst those present on the platform were Messrs. J. Giltinan, Secretary, M.C. Hamill, V. Cheadle, W. Noble, G. Ross, F. Henlon, Newtown, W. Cann, E. Fry, A. Hennessy, South Sydney, P. Moyer, L. Edwards, Glebe, T. Costello, a one-time Australian captain, and W. J. Ellis. The chairman enumerated the many advantages that the officials would confer upon those who played under the auspices of the league. Out-of-pocket expenses would be allowed to competitors engaged in football, while those who had the misfortune to sustain injury would receive free medical attention. Mr. J. Giltinan, Secretary, in the course of an excessively long speech, outlined the constitution of the league. It was unanimously resolved to form a club in Newtown to be affiliated with the New South Wales Rugby Football League. Many of those present signed the roll as members of the new body. The following were elected as office-bearers: Patron, Dr. Chen Hall; President, Mayor of Newtown, Alderman H. T. Morgan; Vice Presidents, Messrs. A. Bakewell, A. Murray, A. F. Desborough, George Linden, R. Rogers, E. Newman, P. Lynch, A. Lang, J. Boss, and Edwards. Committee, Messrs. J. Edwards, Walker, H. C. Hamill, F. Cheadle, C. Manton, R. S. Griffiths, H. Powell, F. Henlon, and G. Gross. Secretary, Mr. J. Giltinan. Assistant Secretary, Mr. W. Noble. Treasurer, Mr. G. Boss. Saturday, 18th of January, 1908. Football, Rugby League, new club at Redfern. The work of organisation which the officials of the New South Wales Rugby League commenced in the Glebe Town Hall continues to meet with success. Strong clubs have been formed at Glebe and Newtown. Another meeting was held in the Redfern Town Hall last night, when the building was packed, many being unable to gain admission. The chairman, Mr. H. Hoyle, outlined the many disadvantages that players now laboured under. Under the new league, the players would receive every consideration and have direct representation on the central committee. Mr. J. Giltinan, Secretary, mentioned that some very valuable trophies had been promised. On the motion of Mr. A. Hennessy, seconded by Mr. W. Cann, it was unanimously decided to form a South Sydney District Club to be affiliated with the New South Wales Rugby League. The following were elected as office-bearers: Patron, Mr. J. C. Watson, MP; President, Mr. H. Hoyle; Vice Presidents, Messrs. Peacock, W. C. White, Perry, Brackenrig, Dr. F. W. Langton, and J. Fitzgibbon. Representative on the League Committee, Mr. A. S. Hennessy. Joint On-Secretaries, Messrs. F. Peters and P. Fallon. On-Treasurer, Mr. George Ball. Committee, Messrs. W. Cann, E. Fry, J. Cochrane, J. Davis, and C. Hill. Many of those present became members of the new club. Monday, 27th of January, 1908. Football, New South Wales League, Eastern Suburbs Club formed. A club affiliated with the New South Wales Rugby Football League to represent the Eastern Suburbs was formed on Friday night. The chair was occupied by Mr. H. Doyle, President, while on the platform were several players who represented the Eastern Suburbs in first-grade matches last season. The chairman explained the objects of the league and the reasons which brought it into being. Mr. J. Giltinan, Secretary of the League, also spoke. Referring to the term professionalism, it was pointed out that the new body strongly protested against it as applied to them. Professionalism could not exist in New South Wales, neither was there a necessity for it. Financially, the League had nothing to fear. It had a bank guarantee of £3,000 for expenses and 70% of the gross gate takings offered by the Northern Union for the visiting League's team. The officers elected were Patron, Lieutenant Colonel Onslow, MLA; President, Mr. Albert Pointing; Vice Presidents, Messrs. James White, James Lawrence, J. V. Wadsworth, W. Weeks, W. Austin, J. Jagelman; On Secretary, Mr. H. Flegg; On Treasurer, Mr. E. Hooper; Committee, Messrs. V. Trumper, E. White, J. Stuntz, R. Mabel, W. Leslie, J. Thompson, S. Pearce, M. Frawley, A. Rosenfeld, N. Rosenfeld, F. Brennan, and F. Dalpouget. League versus Union. Meeting at Balmain. A meeting was held in the Balmain Town Hall on Thursday night for the purpose of forming a rugby football club to affiliate with the New South Wales League. Mr. J. Story, MLA, occupied the chair, and there was a large attendance. The chairman said that Balmain had not received justice in regard to football, and that the players had been slighted by the Union. Football had been partly ruined in Balmain by the absence of local games, the outcome of the action of the Union. Birchgrove Park was one of the finest grounds in Australia, and he saw no necessity for the games being taken away from the local centre as they had been. Mr. H. Davis considered that the manner in which the Union had treated Balmain in the past was such as to cause the players to welcome the new league with open arms. Mr. H. Hoyle had no doubt as to the success of the new movement. The league's desire was to deal out equity. In 2 years there would be no rugby union. Applause. The sole object of the league was to keep the game clean. Mr. J. Giltinan moved that we form a club to affiliate with the New South Wales League. Mr. H. Hutchison seconded the motion, which was carried unanimously. The election of officers resulted as follows. President, Mr. Cecil Turner. Vice President, Messrs. J. M. Gibb, T. McCabe, E. McLaren, E. McClymont, W. Stewart, E. Napier, D. Murphy, G. Holmes, D. Duff. Secretary, Mr. H. Davis. Treasurer, Mr. R. Hutchison. A provisional committee of 5 was also appointed. Tuesday, the 11th of February, 1908. Football, New South Wales Rugby Football League. A meeting was held on Friday night at the North Sydney School of Arts by the above league, with a view to forming a football club at North Sydney to affiliate with the league. Mr. E. M. Clark, MLA, presided, and there was a large attendance, amongst those present being Messrs. J. J. Giltinan, on secretary, and H. C. Hoyle, an official of the league, many district footballers, and others interested in the movement. On the motion of Mr. H. Glanville, seconded by Mr. S. Murray, it was decided to form a club, to be known as the North Sydney District Football Club, to become affiliated with the New South Wales Rugby Football League. The following officers were elected. Patron, Mr. E. M. Clark, MLA. President, Mr. J. Finelli. Vice Presidents, Messrs. E. Blue, P. Friend, C. Dunn, E. W. Dunn, C. Ford, and Dr. McKinnon. On Secretary, Mr. W. Hedge. On Treasurer, Mr. H. Glanville. Committees, Messrs. J. Abercrombie, J. Devereux, E. Boland, W. Hunt, J. Osborne, and S. Dean. By the formation of the club, not more than 5 of the first-grade players of the North Sydney DFC, affiliated with the Metropolitan Rugby Union of last year, will be lost, but amongst the members of the new club will be a large number of second-grade, borough and junior players of the district. Messrs. J. J. Giltinan and H. C. Hoyle addressed the meeting, and it was pointed out what the league proposed to do, to give 1/3 of the gate to each competing club, and retain 1/3 for the league, to be used as a kind of insurance fund to provide for injured players and for their loss of time. A good deal had been said about amateur and professional players, but the league considered that the only difference was that the league intended to treat its members more liberally than the union had in the past. So far as the club itself was concerned, provision would be made whereby each member of an affiliated club would be provided with uniforms free of cost. The first-grade players under the union of last year who have joined the new club are Messrs. Abercrombie, Glanville, Devereux, Coote, and Hunt. End of Part 8. Part 9 of The Birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Professionalism in Australian sport. The debate goes on. 9th of March to 14th of April, 1908. Monday, 9th of March, 1908. Union and League. The rugby position. The New South Wales Rugby League has formed the following first-grade sides for the coming season: Balmain, Eastern Suburbs, Western Suburbs, North Sydney, South Sydney, Newtown and Glebe. It is not yet certain whether St George, Manly or Sydney will form the 8th first-grade side. It is possible that none of the three will make the 8th side, but that an entirely different plan will be adopted on the suggestion of Mr Giltinan, the Secretary. Mr Giltinan stated that the League did not wish to exaggerate its success or the strength of its footing. A number of players have joined, he continued, and even some of the university sympathise with us. Balmain has come over in a body, but it would put the League, the players and the public in a false position to give private names. With Headley and Messenger, the League has the best back and the best footballer in Australia, and its members have no doubts of success. By arrangement with the Northern Union, Mr Giltinan said, a New South Wales team would visit England this year, starting in August. The players would be picked in July. They had a £3,000 guarantee and were to get 70% of the gates. An English team was to visit Australia in 1909. It has been definitely decided to play the Northern Union game, and the new rules lay it down that no league side may play more than 13 men. It is an absolutely new game, said Mr Giltinan. There is no lining out. If the ball is kicked into touch before it bounces on the field, there is a scrum back where it was kicked from. We have to see if the public will like our game. Mr Thomas from Lancashire, who was in this morning, says it's the best game going, and Mr Gleeson of New Zealand, a solicitor, says that once the public see it, they'll have no time for any other. It is much faster than the Union game. As to what the Union are going to do, they cannot broaden their rules without breaking away from the English Rugby Union. Of course they want to widen the rules. Why are they following in our footsteps all the time? Why are they pooling the gates in the country matches? Where is the difference between that and what we do? As for amateur expenses, one English player was allowed £300 for lemons. He was no amateur at eating lemons. HLS in the London Sportsman says that rugby is dead in the south of England, and Cardiff and Swansea are to play in the Northern Union next year. We have no rules about professionals. Our men are not professionals any more than the Australian 11. A man who declared himself professional would have no status with us. The attitude of the Rugby Union towards the League is undecided. A prominent member explained. Each of the local unions is represented on the council by its own man, and as to what he is going to do or propose, no one can speak except himself. The position is that of a parliament without any government or party. All are utterly hostile to professionalism, but there are 3 proposals as to how the union should treat it. Most members hold that the union cannot shut its eyes to the one prominent event of the year, professionalism. The movement has not ended even among the prominent players, much less amongst the young and ignorant players. The Union should fight the League openly with all its might. Professionalism is beaten in Newcastle and the country, but in the town it is very strong, especially in Balmain. A second proposal is to ignore the League. If men want to play for money, the sooner they play by themselves the better. Now they are out of the amateur game, others, who would not play with them, members of the city and suburban clubs for instance, who are joining the Metropolitan Union in numbers, will more than take their place. If the people love the game for the game, they will not play it for money. If they love it for money, then whatever the union might do, the game is dead. The game of 13-a-side or 10-a-side is a different game altogether. The Australian rules were ignored in New South Wales, and they did not survive. Thirdly, those whose districts have chiefly lost in men through professionalism propose to broaden the union rules wherever they think there is any legitimate grievance, without doing what the English Rugby Union says may not be done. Of these 3 courses, there is little doubt the Union will have to take the first. To fight professionalism may advertise it, but members think that going round and talking to young players is not enough. The Union will probably decide to give in black and white a clear statement to the country parts of the stand it takes. Summing up the position, it is clearly the hand of the League to make the Union enforce its rules strictly, and disqualify large numbers. It is the hand of the Union to broaden its rules as far as it can without breaking the English affiliation. Wednesday the 11th of March 1908. League Football, North Sydney Club. The general meeting of the North Sydney District Rugby League Football Club was held in the Masonic Hall, North Sydney, on Monday, March the 2nd. Mr. E. M. Clark, MLA, occupied the chair. Mr. Odbert, the secretary, addressed the meeting regarding the progress of the club since its formation. In his remarks he mentioned that everything had been satisfactorily arranged for large and commodious training quarters, and judging by the large enrolment of players, the North Sydney Club was going to be a pronounced success. Regarding junior players under the league, all ground fees would be paid by the league, and in addition to which, the North Sydney District League Club would provide for training accommodation. It had also been decided that the District Club give a set of gold medals to the Premier team in the Northern District, and this would also apply in the case of second juniors. Mr. Hoyle, President of the New South Wales Rugby League, dealt fully on the constitution of the league. The following were elected officers: Patron, Mr. E. M. Clark, MLA; Vice Patron, Alderman L. McMurdo, JP; President, Mr. J. A. Fennelly; Vice Presidents, Alderman P. McManus, Messrs. P. W. Dunn, JP, C. Dunn, Cecil McMurdo, E. Moss, C. Ford, R. W. Heather, D. MacDonald, Charles White, R. Friend, and J. E. Blue. Joint On Secretaries, Messrs. H. F. Odbert and W. Hedge. On Treasurer, Alderman M. McMurdo. General Committee, Messrs. D. Lutcher, Abercrombie, Glanville, E. Boland, J. Devereux, C. Heinrich, W. Kendall, and F. Heckland. At the close of the meeting there was a further enrolment of members, and a number of subscriptions were received. Union and League Rugby. To the Editor of the Herald. Sir, your article on Monday in treatment of the above question is very fair to both of the opposing forces. In the first place, I may state I am not connected in way with either body, but, as an old player and follower of the grand old game, with your permission, may I crave a few lines as to the dispute. It cannot be denied but things have been somewhat disturbed through the crisis, and new arrangements are being made for the coming season. Are not the Union authorities showing weakness in their new efforts to keep the players to their side? Would insurance, sick pay, larger club grants and other items have excited such consideration from the Union body if the players had not protested in the form of a new league? Your article mentions the fact that professionalism is beaten in the country, but very strong in the city, especially in Balmain. Now if there is one club above all others that has a grievance against the Union management, it should be Balmain. Can it be fairly said that Birchgrove Park received its share of first-grade matches? Why should certain clubs receive consideration as to playing grounds? To illustrate more clearly, why should South Sydney Club play so often on the sports ground, and Balmain make journeys nearly every play day to the local club's ground? Another matter I have not seen discussed is the umpiring question. How comes it that one or two fortunate umpires can obtain all the best matches of the season? To be brief, what need is there of two rugby bodies, such as the Metropolitan and the New South Wales Rugby Union? Could not one secretary, in less expensive quarters than in Bligh Street, do all the work with ease? This matter will not stand argument, and until the various electorate clubs demand what is their right, namely, a balance sheet of the season, showing full receipts and expenditure, a protest such as is now put forward in the shape of a new league organisation should merit public approval. I am, etc. Protest. Saturday, 14th of March, 1908. New South Wales Rugby League, Referees Association. A meeting of the referees to whistle the matches under the New South Wales Rugby League was held last night at the Supreme Court Hotel under the chairmanship of Mr. T. Costello. The following officers were elected: President, Mr. T. Hoyle; Vice Presidents, Messrs. McCabe, Trumper, Burden, Giltinan, Messenger; Secretary, Mr. Aubrey C. Welsh; Treasurer, Mr. George Boss; Delegate to the Council, Mr. George Boss. General Committee, Messrs. Costello, Hooper, Henlon, Buchanan and Hanson. Examination Board, Messrs. Costello, McCabe, Hooper, Burden and Henlon. Auditors, Messrs. Knox and Trumper. It was stated that the League would have for its matches Wentworth Park, Agricultural Ground, Birchgrove, perhaps Hampden Park, and a ground in Newtown. Trial matches would be played on Hampden Park towards the end of the present month. It was stated that the New Zealanders would play 5 or 6 matches in Sydney, and that there would be a Maori team here as well as a team from Queensland. A New South Wales team would visit Brisbane. Mr. Boss stated that a very large number of juniors in North Sydney had decided to play league football. Clubs had been formed and were being formed to represent Balmain, Eastern Suburbs, Newtown, Western Suburbs, South Sydney, Glebe, North Sydney and another district. It was claimed that the prospects were bright. Wednesday, 25th of March, 1908. Football, South Sydney Club, amateurism defended. Last night at St David's Hall, Surrey Hills, the South Sydney Club held its annual meeting. The chair was occupied by Mr. R. C. Cole. Among those on the platform were several representatives of the New South Wales Rugby Union and the Metropolitan Union. Considerable enthusiasm was displayed. Several of the first-grade team had represented the state in the interstate and international matches. The statement of receipts and expenditure showed a credit balance of £21 6s and 10pence. Feeling reference was also made in the report to the late Mr. A. G. Dent, and also to the late Mr. J. L. Groundwater of the University Club. The report was adopted. In speaking to the report, Mr. McMahon referred to the secession of some of the club members from the Metropolitan Union. He felt sorry for those who had left their ranks and amateurism, feeling aggrieved at what they thought the Union had or had not done. The proper course was to wait until the annual meetings, and then appoint those men who could ventilate any grievances they might have, and thus eliminate any necessity for disunion or dissatisfaction. Instead of that, seceders had adopted an entirely different course. He would take the opportunity to absolutely deny the truth of an allegation reported to have been made by a certain alderman who had accused the Union authorities of underhand practice. He, the Speaker, was in a position, through long association with that body, to not only refute that allegation, but also to state that none of the Management Committee had ever, to his knowledge, received any compensation for services done. The attacks that had been made against the Union were without foundation. Hear, hear. Mr. H. D. Wood, President of the Metropolitan Union, speaking on the professional movement, said he was glad to say that the players and the general public were determined to maintain the Rugby Union. If professionalism once got a hold, there would be no room for the amateur. Mr. Mark stated that the balance sheet of the Metropolitan Union was the best answer to criticism. Mr. Forgie, Newcastle, stated that a couple of days ago a most successful meeting had been held in the northern city. Newcastle was going on the same lines as the Rugby Union. Country footballers recognised that they could not do without the Metropolitan Union. Thursday, 26th of March, 1908. Football, Metropolitan Rugby Union, Professional Movement, the great heart of the public. The annual meeting of the Metropolitan Rugby Union was held at the Rooms last night, Mr. H. D. Wood occupying the chair. The annual report contained the following. During the course of the season, a number of players belonging to constituent clubs were dealt with for breaches of the rules as to professionalism. It was imperative in the interests of our national winter game that such action should have been taken, for there could be but one result were professionalism once allowed. The histories of the British Football Association and the English Northern Union show this unmistakably. Rugby would soon cease to be a game. It would become a business, in which there would be no room for any but the professional. Mr. H. D. Wood, in moving the adoption of the report and balance sheet, referred to the high standard of play last year. They had got back to the standard of the 1899 visit of the English team. Since their last annual meeting, there was a big matter for regret, and that was the beginning of professionalism. The experience gained in Great Britain showed how undesirable it was. It would undermine the game and spoil the young players. He was, however, sure that the players in the metropolitan area would remain loyal to the amateur game. It was gratifying to see the stand taken by the rowing and swimming associations. Mr. E.S. Marks quoted figures to show what money had been spent on the clubs. The league had certainly caused the clubs to show more zeal. He was personally in favour of a general definition of an amateur for all sports on the basis of an amateur conference definition. Mr. McMahon said that professionalism would deteriorate the game, and he was sure the public would see that. Mr. J. F. McManamy said that public sympathy would always be with those who showed the better, honester and cleaner game. The union stood on a basis of human confidence in each other. Why take any notice of the opposition? Mr. W. Arnold said too much importance had been attached to the professional movement. They had nothing to fear. The great heart of the public always preferred clean sport. As soon as you could hire a man to win a game, you could hire a man to lose it. There was no doubt that certain players would join the movement, and it was just as well they should be out of the amateur ranks. There was an idea that players drew the crowd. They did not. When Messenger did not play last year, there was a bigger crowd than when he did. Mr. Davoren thought the professional movement had built too high. It had offered too big a programme in order to attract players, and it would fail. Mr. C. W. Oakes, MLA, said the opposition movement had done good. It had caused people to talk about the game, and had stirred on the various clubs to action. The public would stand to the game the union put before them. The report and the balance sheet, which showed a credit balance of £2,853 and sixpence, were adopted unanimously. Friday, 27th of March, 1908. Balmain Rugby League Club. The general meeting of the newly formed Balmain Rugby Football Club, under the auspices of the New South Wales League, was held in the Oddfellows Hall, Darling Street, last night. Mr. Cecil Turner presided. Addresses of a vigorous character were delivered by the chairman and Mr. Harry Hoyle, president of the league, and were received with great enthusiasm. The election of officers resulted as follows: Patron, Mr. Q. L. Deloitte; President, Mr. C. Turner; 20 Vice-Presidents; On Secretary, Mr. R. Hutchison; On Treasurer, Mr. H. Laidlaw; Delegate to League, Mr. R. Hutchison; Committee, Messrs. Hargraves, F. O'Donnell, G. Wilcox, A. Fitzpatrick, J. Apollony, A. Walker, T. Latta, H. Davis, F. Franklin. Monday, 30th of March, 1908. New South Wales Rugby Union. How to dish the league. Principals welcomed. Men tabooed. As advertised, the annual meeting of the New South Wales Rugby Union will be held this evening at the Rooms, 6 Bligh Street. 2 important propositions will come before the meeting, the result of the discussion upon which will be watched with a good deal of interest. They are, by Mr. Jas McMahon, seconded by Mr. J. R. Henderson. A. That steps be taken to insert in the bylaws of the Union a bylaw providing for granting allowances to players representing the state, incapacitated by being injured on the field of play, and for defraying medical and other expenses caused through being incapacitated by any such injury while representing the state. By Mr. Jas McMahon, seconded by Mr. E. S. Marks. That in addition to the Act of Professionalism as provided for in clauses A to O in Rule 2, Section 1, and in clauses A to N in Rule 2, Section 2, this Union, in accordance with Rule 11 of Rules as to Professionalism, hereby declares as an act of professionalism, holding any office or assisting in any manner whatsoever any rugby football association declared by this Union to be formed in opposition to the New South Wales Rugby Union, in the state of New South Wales. To the Editor of the Herald. Sir, the remarks of A. W. Green, and also those of Mr. Arnold at the annual meeting of the Metropolitan Rugby Union, were most uncalled for. Mr. Green's remark that the names of gentlemen who had represented the state and gone over to the Rugby League should have their names expunged from the roll of honour were certainly not the remarks of a true sporting gentleman. Already Mr. Green has very few supporters, and should, after his recent utterances, have none. The public of New South Wales can now see by the actions of these officials of the MRU who are the squeakers. Who is not going to suffer most by the advent of league football? Not the public, but the officials who have had numerous picnics and trips at the expense of the MRU, with money provided by players and public, and now that the players are to get a few of the plums out of the game by connecting themselves with the Rugby League. How these officials of the MRU do squeal and squirm. Mr. Arnold stated at the same meeting that he was glad most of the players were going to stick to clean sport. Well, why does not Mr. Arnold say straight out that the league players and officials are not clean sports, and give us a show to answer him? I am sure the public by this time have found out who are the clean sports. Mr. Arnold stated that the attendance was larger in a match that Mr. Messenger did not appear in. Official records will show such not to be the case. I would like Messrs. Green and Arnold to know that the league of which I am proud to be a member is governed by gentlemen and true sports, who would not allow utterances regarding players who have done yeoman service in the past for the state and Australia, such as Messrs. L. Green and Arnold voiced at the annual meeting of the MRU. Already the players and referees who have left the ranks of the Union have come to feel proud of being members of the League, and that they made no mistake in leaving the ranks of the Union. I am, etc. George Boss, Stanmore, March 26th, New South Wales League Referees Association. Tuesday, 31st of March 1908. Hampden Park. At the Paddington Council last night, a letter was read from the New South Wales Rugby League, amending the tender for the use of Hampden Park for the 1908 season, and allowing 50% of the gross proceeds, with a guarantee of not less than 14 first-grade matches. The letter was received. Saturday, 4th of April 1908. Football. Preliminary matches will be played by the Union, the League, and under the Australian rules, while under the British Association Code, practice games will occupy attention. Rugby, Union, Eastern Suburbs vs North Sydney at 3:15 p.m, Hampden Oval. Second teams at 2:15 p.m. South Sydney vs Sydney, Rushcutter Oval. Second teams at 2:15 p.m. University vs Western Suburbs, Sports Ground. Second teams at 2:15 p.m. Balmain vs Glebe, Epping. Second teams, 2:15 p.m. Newtown vs St George at Erskineville Oval. Second teams, 2:15 p.m. League, Newtown vs Western Suburbs at Rosebery Park. North Sydney vs Glebe at Rosebery Park. Balmain Possibles vs Probables at Birchgrove Reserve. Eastern Suburbs vs South Sydney, Agricultural Ground at 3:30. Eastern Suburbs 2 vs South Sydney 2, Agricultural Ground at 2 o'clock. Wednesday, 8th of April 1908. Amateur definition. Athletic Conference. Rugby League claims a place. Rejected by 23-11. In response to invitations from the New South Wales Amateur Swimming Association, a conference was held in the Sports Club last night between representatives of various athletic bodies, the chief object of the meeting being to frame a uniform amateur definition for the observance of all athletic bodies. Mr. J. Taylor, President of the Swimming Association, occupied the chair. Mr. E. Howes, Secretary of the Swimming Association, was elected Secretary. A letter from the Rugby League was read, asking permission for its delegates to attend. Mr. P. B. Colquhoun moved that the Rugby League should be requested to furnish evidence to the conference showing that it was entitled to be considered as an amateur organisation before being admitted. Mr. R. Hickson seconded the motion. Mr. M. A. Noble said before discussing such a motion they would have to determine what was an amateur. Mr. Richardson remarked that professional boxers who did no other work were to be seen playing as amateur footballers every week. Mr. Colquhoun withdrew his motion in favour of Mr. Horniman, who moved that the request of the League be not granted. He quoted Rules 11 and 12 of the League, which stated that players might receive 10 shillings a day for actual loss of time while playing football. It was useless to commence the conference by any humbug. Mr. A. Morrison seconded the motion. Mr. Noble urged that 10 shillings was not too much to reimburse a player for expenses. It was absurd for a man to participate in a game at personal loss. He moved an amendment that the Rugby League be admitted to the conference and have the same right to vote as the other associations. Mr. Hart seconded the amendment, stating that the League claimed to be an amateur body, and as the conference had not inquired into the constitutions of other bodies represented, it should not particularise the League in that matter. Messrs. A. E. Nash, Murray Pryor, and J. A. Payton supported the motion. The motion was carried by 23 votes to 11. It was eventually decided that a subcommittee of 7 be formed to prepare a series of resolutions for future conference. The committee elected was Messrs. Taylor, Swimming Association; Marks, Athletic Union; Horniman, Rowing; Colquhoun, Tennis; Arnold, University Sports Union; McMahon, Rugby Union; and Green, Cricket Association. Each association was requested to forward a copy of its rules to the subcommittee, and the meeting adjourned till May the 5th. Friday, 10th of April, 1908. All Blacks back. A successful trip. Dividend about £250. The New Zealand professional footballers, after their tour to the northern counties of England, arrived in Sydney yesterday by the RMS Mongolia on their way home. They will remain in Australia long enough possibly to play matches at Sydney and Brisbane. On their arrival at the wharf, they were met by Messrs. J. J. Giltinan, V. Trumper, H. Miller, H. Hoyle, and G. Boss, representing the New South Wales Football League, Rugby. All the All Blacks have returned except Todd, who will play for Wigan, where for the New Zealand match there was an attendance of 45,000. Gleeson, who is said to be going in for law, McGregor, who has entered into business, and G. Smith, who will play for Oldham, and Lavery. Messenger, the hero of the tour, has increased in weight from 11 stone to 13 stone, and is in excellent health. He says he had quite a large number of offers to play with North of England clubs. One of the players laughed when he heard that it was stated they had made about £150 each out of the trip. He would not say how much their dividend was, but it was indirectly gathered to be somewhere between £250 and £300. The amount will be supplemented by the matches to be played before the team disbands. The players speak highly of their trip. They were treated well everywhere. The weather conditions were against their play and also interfered with the takings. It was possible to pick out 1 or 2 teams in the previous New Zealand tour, stronger than any the present team were called upon to meet, but as a whole, the matches this season were much harder. This is the opinion of Johnston, one of the best forwards of the side, who also says that everything turned out more satisfactory than was anticipated. Heavy rain for weeks, however, made the ground sodden, and the condition of the turf was in a measure responsible for some of their defeats. The team will be tendered a formal welcome at the Town Hall on Monday night. Messenger is to receive a welcome home at Ferndale Hall, Woollahra, on Saturday evening. Monday, 13th of April, 1908. Dally Messenger, Northern the better game. A speculator, not a professional. Dally Messenger of rugby fame, who returned to Sydney on Thursday with the All Blacks, was out in his launch upon the harbour on Saturday afternoon. "We had a great time, and they treated us very well," he said, regarding his English trip. "The Northern Union men are a good set of players trained to the day. The secretaries or managers of the different clubs are very strict, especially with regard to liquor. The players are not allowed to drink, and if they are found doing so, they are dropped for a fortnight." "How do they compare with the New Zealanders for physique?" "On the whole, I consider the New Zealanders better built men. I don't consider the Northern Union rules, with only 13 men aside, accounted for any of the defeats, as the New Zealanders had trained a lot under these conditions before leaving for England. The 13 team always means hard playing from start to finish. You never know the result until the whistle blows. A team might be 14 points ahead of you in the first half and 14 points behind you in the second. You've got to play hard until the last moment. And in scrum formation, we played 4-2 instead of the old style of 3-2-3. I think this new game under Northern Union rules, with 13 men aside, is the better game. It's hotter from a player's point of view, and it's a better game for the onlookers. It's a splendid game to watch, always fast, and a man has to get into tip-top nick to play it. I don't know how they are shaping at it here. It takes some getting into. I usually played 5/8 at the beginning of the tour, but was wing 3/4 most of the time. I played full-back in one match in Wales. Questioned regarding the probable effects of the Rugby League upon the football of the state, and the possibility of an ultimate settlement of the differences existing between the Rugby Union and the new league, Messenger replied, "All I can say is that I am going to stick to the league. I know nothing of the state of affairs, and so cannot say anything." On being asked if he had heard the rumour to the effect that he had received payment from the amateur body in connection with his trip to Queensland last year, Messenger said, "It's all rot for people to say that I received money in Queensland. I never received money for playing then, nor have I yet done so. Even on this last trip we were certain amount each. It was a speculation, and we had to work mighty hard to make it a good one. I believe I am classed as a professional though, as I once tried to join the amateur swimmers and was kept out owing to the fact that I had won a race in a canoe." A special welcome to Messenger was given at Ferndale Hall, Woollera, on Saturday evening, when a presentation was made to him. Tuesday, 14th of April, 1908. Messenger and the All Blacks. Reception at the Town Hall. A large crowd assembled at the Town Hall last night on the occasion of a public reception to Dally Messenger and the All Blacks on their return from their English tour. Mr. H. C. Hoyle, President of the New South Wales Rugby League, who occupied the chair, extended to the All Blacks a hearty welcome back to Australian soil and a special welcome to Dally Messenger, the only Australian of the team. He hoped they would shortly see Messenger in all his brilliance upon the football field. Cheers were given for the All Blacks. Mr. Wright, the captain of the team, in replying, said the team had a good reception in England. They had learned many lessons on the tour, and one of these was that the old amateur rugby game was not the only game in the world. He was sure the public would flock to see the new league game. Messenger had made lifelong friendships in England. His goal-kicking was marvellous, and he did not think there was a player in England who could kick goals like him. He was glad to say the New Zealanders would have him when they played at Newcastle. Mr. Messenger thanked the audience briefly for their reception, and the team of the All Blacks then mounted the platform and gave vent to their war cry, which proved so popular with the crowds in the northern counties. During the evening, a programme of songs and recitations and an exhibition of legerdemain was appreciated by the audience. Thursday, 16th of April, 1908. The Rugby Union. Prospects of the season. The biggest on record is the prognostication concerning the season for 1908. There are teams coming from Great Britain and New Zealand, and the greatest of all in the football history of New South Wales or Australia, according to its personnel, is the dispatch of a team to Great Britain. Football has been more talked about since the various disquieting influences at the end of last season, and the result is that an exceptional season, as far as public interest is concerned, is about to be commenced. Players were never keener, clubs have never worked harder. There are the same number of senior clubs, and despite a few defections from last year's teams, they appear from the standard of play already shown to compare favourably with last year's. The season, as controlled by the Metropolitan Union, will begin on Saturday next. There have been no transfers by removal of residents. The trial games indicate that the four strongest clubs will be Glebe, University, South Sydney and Newtown. Eastern suburbs have a lot of new men, and so have Balmain. North Sydney will be strengthened by players from the City and Suburban Association. All round there is a big increase in the number of aspirants to first-grade teams, and consequently selectors will have a difficult task, particularly in the South Sydney, Balmain and Sydney districts. Newtown will be strengthened by Booth, the ex-New Zealander, and Sydney by officers of the fleet who are eligible for selection. Extraordinary interest is being taken in the local competitions. The places of the men who have gone over to the professional ranks have been filled by players of promise. The one man who will be most missed is Messenger, who would, however, be a champion in any position, and perhaps in any football game. The Premier Club of the Metropolitan Union, Glebe, will meet the leading Brisbane club at Brisbane, and there is a possibility of the Ponsonby Club, Auckland, coming for a trip to Sydney. End of Part 9. Part 10 of The Birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Selections from the Sydney Morning Herald, 1907 to 1908. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The New South Wales Rugby League. The first season opens 18th of April to 21st of April 1908. Saturday, the 18th of April 1908. The Winter Sports. With the precious Ashes firmly returned to our possession, we can look back with satisfaction to the cricket season, which formally closed a week ago. There may have been other times when our men have played more convincingly, even as against an appreciably better English combination, but there have been few seasons in which the cricket interest has been more intense. With us, however, game treads hot on the heels of game, and today we have the opening of the football season, stuffed with more promise of exciting play than any that has preceded it. The very richness of the programme is a witness to the extraordinary strides which football has made in popular favour during the last few years. It seems but yesterday it was a serious game only in Sydney and a few of the larger provincial centres. Today there is not a town and scarcely a country village which has not its club and its goalposts. Among the schools it might even be possible to find more footballers than cricketers. But the game is mostly rugby. The efforts to popularise the British Association game and the Australian game, which by the way has a gathering of its clans in Victoria this winter, though they cannot be said to have been without result, have had a result which is small comparatively. This conquering march of the more strenuous and bone-endangering form of the game may cause those who like to take their sport in milder and more seemly way to grieve not a little. But so long as people really play the more strenuous if rougher game, we may rather congratulate ourselves than otherwise that the choice has fallen as it has. This season, however, we are to have a surfeit of big events. The redoubtable All Blacks play here again, and were there no other attraction, we can conceive that their visit alone would ensure a season of entertainment. New Zealand, however, is also sending us a Maori professional team and an amateur university representation. On top of this, we are to have the English amateurs after they have played through their programme of matches in New Zealand. Add the interstate and country matches, and we have surely a stimulating prospect. We may contemplate the incoming of the host of opponents from without the state with much less apprehension than would have been possible a short time ago. Our standard of play has been gradually improving, and we can fairly hope that the results of our meetings with the New Zealand and English teams will prove how great the improvement has been. We have, however, to take into account the new element of professionalism which has crept into the sport this year. The lately formed New South Wales League may deny that it exists to foster professionalism, but the public will scarcely appreciate the distinction which it draws between compensation to players for loss of time and straight-out remuneration for their services. Professionalism has killed every other sport it has touched. As everyone knows, it killed sculling, a sport which in the days of beach drew bigger crowds than ever football or cricket has done since, and it killed running and cycling. Whether football will escape unscathed remains to be seen. It is too new a development both here and in New Zealand to enable us yet to judge of the effect. But the odds are heavily in favour of its being harmful. When professionalism comes in at the door, the spirit of sport generally prepares to fly out of the window. While amateurism holds the preponderating place in the game, however, the immediate effect of the professional intrusion will most probably be to quicken rivalry and provide those who take their sport vicariously with more exciting entertainments. That, however, is quite a different thing from furthering the sport of rugby football as a national game. Our winter programme, however, does not end with football, of whatever variety. We shall have played, off and on, an Australian court, the Davis Cup final, the blue ribbon event of international tennis. That this should happen so is sufficient evidence of the important place which tennis now holds in our repertory of games. Tennis is one of the few outdoor games in which women are practically on an equality with men, and for this reason, if no other, its growth in popularity is a welcome development. The less familiar games of hockey, hurling and lacrosse bravely maintain their struggle for acclimatisation, and while it cannot be said they are making any astonishing progress, they have each their little circle of devotees, who determinedly cherish a hope of more appreciation in years to come. Then we have the dignified and leisurely game of bowls, a game not for giddy-pated youth, but for citizens of girth and years and worship. The winter is to see innumerable inter-club matches of importance, not to speak of the momentous contests between Victoria and New South Wales and New Zealand. Above all, and beyond all, there is the transcendent game of golf, which is still not a game, but a sacred rite. And while the general population is perspiring over the more lowly forms of exercise and recreation, the elect of golf will be put in wickedly on 1,000 greens. There is national comfort in the thought. Football, local competitions. The season will open today for Metropolitan Union matches. The league will play scratch engagements, the season proper opening on Monday. Scratch matches will be played also today by the Australian Rules League and British Association. The fixtures are League Rugby, First Grade, Glebe vs Western Suburbs at Wentworth Park, 3 o'clock. Referee, Mr F. Henlon. Balmain vs Newtown at Birch Grove Oval, 3:15 o'clock. Referee, Mr Hooper. Eastern Suburbs vs North Sydney at Birch Grove, 2 o'clock. Referee, Mr G. Boss. South Sydney vs Newcastle at Wentworth Park, 3:15 o'clock. Referee, Mr T. Costello. Second Grade, Newtown vs Balmain at Birch Grove, 2 o'clock. Eastern Suburbs vs North Sydney at Birch Grove at 3:15. Glebe vs Western Suburbs at Rosebery Park at 3:15. South Sydney vs Enfield at Botany at 3 o'clock. Third Grade, Sydney vs Balmain at Birch Grove at 3:15. Eastern Suburbs vs North Sydney at North Sydney Oval at 3 o'clock. Glebe vs Newtown at Rosebery Park at 2 o'clock. South Sydney vs Drummoyne at Botany, 2 o'clock. First class and first grade fixtures. The following are the first class and first grade fixtures for the season. Royal Agricultural Shield. April 20th. Glebe vs Newcastle, Wentworth Park. Eastern Suburbs vs Newtown, Wentworth Park. Balmain vs Western Suburbs, Birchgrove Park. South Sydney vs North Sydney, Birchgrove Park. April 25th. Newtown vs Glebe. Western Suburbs vs South Sydney. North Sydney vs Balmain. Newcastle vs Eastern Suburbs. May the 2nd. All Black vs New South Wales, Sydney. May 6th. All Black vs New South Wales, Sydney. May 9th. All Black vs Australia, Sydney. May 16th. Glebe vs North Sydney, Eastern Suburbs vs Western Suburbs, Balmain vs Newtown, South Sydney vs Newcastle. May 23rd. Eastern Suburbs vs North Sydney, Balmain vs Newcastle, Glebe vs Western Suburbs, South Sydney vs Newtown. May 30th. Glebe vs South Sydney, Balmain vs Eastern Suburbs, Newcastle vs Newtown, North Sydney vs Western Suburbs. All Black vs Australia, Sydney, Maori vs New South Wales. June 6th, All Black vs Australia, Sydney. June 8th, Maori vs New South Wales. June 10th, Maori vs New South Wales. June 13th, Maori vs New South Wales. June 20th, Balmain vs Glebe, South Sydney vs Eastern Suburbs, Newcastle vs North Sydney, Western Suburbs vs Newtown. June 27th, Glebe vs Eastern Suburbs, South Sydney vs Balmain, Newcastle vs Western Suburbs, Newtown vs North Sydney. Second round. July 4th, Glebe vs Newcastle, Eastern Suburbs vs Newtown, Balmain vs Western Suburbs, South Sydney vs North Sydney. July 8th, New South Wales vs Queensland, Sydney. July 11th, New South Wales vs Queensland, Sydney. July 18th, Eastern Suburbs vs Newcastle, Newtown vs Glebe, Western Suburbs vs South Sydney, North Sydney vs Balmain. July 25th, Maori vs New South Wales. August 1st, Maori vs New South Wales. August 3rd, Maori vs New South Wales. August 15th, Glebe vs North Sydney, Eastern Suburbs vs Western Suburbs, Balmain vs Newtown, South Sydney vs Newcastle. August 22nd, Eastern Suburbs vs North Sydney, Balmain vs Newcastle, Glebe vs Western Suburbs, South Sydney vs Newcastle. August 29th, Glebe vs South Sydney, Balmain vs Eastern Suburbs, Newcastle vs Newtown, North Sydney vs Western Suburbs. September 5th, Balmain vs Glebe, South Sydney vs Eastern Suburbs, Newcastle vs North Sydney, Western Suburbs vs Newtown. September 12th, Glebe vs Eastern Suburbs, South Sydney vs Balmain, Newcastle vs Western Suburbs, Newtown vs North Sydney. Tuesday, 21st of April, 1908. Football. New South Wales League. Opening of the season. Some of the features. Yesterday the season for the league opened with some first-grade matches and a mixed lot of players. The chief features in the play, as distinct from rugby, were that there was very little kicking for the boundary, finding the line as it is called. It was generally to the player's advantage to keep the ball in the field, although boundaries were admissible from penalty kicks. When players punted over the side boundaries, except by penalty kicks, the ball was recalled to the place kicked from, and a scrum formed. There was consequently no line-out and throw-in. When the ball went out accidentally, or a player ran out with it or was forced out, a scrum 10 yards from the spot in the field of play was formed. Charging an opponent about to take a mark was prohibited, the penalty for infringement of this rule being a free kick. Charges were not allowed at free kicks either, nor were the defenders permitted to rush out when a ball was placed to disconcert a probable goal kicker. They were also not permitted to jump up or extend their hands to try to touch the ball in its flight from a place kick. All they could do was to stand 2 or 3 in a line at the mark and spread themselves with their backs to the kicker and their elbows stuck out. After a try had been scored but no goal followed, the ball was brought out to centre and drop-kicked. If a goal was scored, the ball was placed and kicked from centre as in old rugby. When a man was tackled with the ball in his possession, he had to put the ball down and play it with his feet, if he could. Lifting the feet in the scrum was penalised by free kicks, and no break from the scrum was allowed by either side till the ball was clear. In placing the ball in the scrums, it had to be thrown in from shoulder high, not placed in underhand or lobbed in. When the ball was forced, a 25-yard punt or drop kick was allowed to the side forcing. The knock-on was liberally construed. If a man knocked on in the air and then caught the ball, he was allowed to go on with it, so long as it did not touch the ground. Generally speaking, the players yesterday showed that they had become conversant with the new rules, which certainly make a game between 2 good teams open and fast, with scrums only a second or 2 in duration. The Eastern Suburbs and Newtown teams gave a capital display, but the latter were absolutely to a standstill at the finish. The game between Glebe and Newcastle was of far inferior quality, although there were some capital players on each side. Agricultural Shield and Medals. Newtown vs Eastern Suburbs. Played on Wentworth Park and won by Eastern Suburbs by 32 points to 16. About 3,000 persons witnessed the game. Teams: Newtown, Hereford, Back, Burdett, Scott, Cheadle and Fairbairn, 3/4. Manton and McFarlane, halves. Hamill, Noble, Courtney, Mackintosh, Williams, Powell, forwards. Eastern Suburbs: Fry, Back. Stuntz, Smith, Brown and Frawley, 3/4. Rosenfeld and Dalpouget, halves. Mabel, Jones, O'Malley, Brackenrig, Pearce and Flegg, forwards. Mr. E. Hooper, referee. Newtown won the toss and played with the sun behind them. From the kick-off, the game was fast. Eastern Suburbs rushed the ball to the Newtown line, but the defenders repulsed the assault and carried the ball into Eastern Suburbs territory. Excellent dribbling by Newtown and quick work along the wing by a Newtown 3/4 puzzled the Easterners, and Scott, securing at centre, dodged fast through the pack and scored behind the posts. He added the goal points himself. Newtown 5 points, Eastern Suburbs 0. From centre, Eastern Suburbs assumed the offensive, and Mabel darted off with Smith in close attendance. Smith took the pass and scored near the posts. Dalpouget added the goal points, 5-all. This success was followed by another score for East, Dalpouget getting a try on the wing. No goal was added. Eastern Suburbs 8 to 5 points. Manton made a brilliant run from his quarter for Newtown, but his pass was mulled and Frawley saved. The play was full of merit, all the men being fully extended. Scott was in splendid form for Newtown and proved himself a top-notcher. The scrum work was quick, Newtown being the cleverer from the break-up at one stage. After an even spell, Frawley, Flegg, Rosenfeld and Stuntz were participants in a fine passing rush, Stuntz getting across the line easily. Rosenfeld failed at goal. Eastern Suburbs 11 to 5. A weak kick out of bounds by Fry caused his side some trouble, but after a spell on the defensive the Easterners cleared their line, only to find it again assaulted. Williams scored a fine try for Newtown, and Scott added the goal points. Eastern Suburbs 11 points, Newtown 10 points. Subsequent play was extremely fast. Smith of the Easterners injured his shoulder and retiring, Miller took his place. Burdett also retired from Newtown's side, and Honger filled the vacancy. In play after the spell, Dalpouget secured and passed to Stuntz, who raced for the line, and running round behind it scored a try, which Jones converted. Eastern Suburbs 16, Newtown 10. A great dribble by 3 Newtown men was stopped by Fry. Shortly afterwards Brown for East broke away and scored a try, which Brackenrig failed to convert. Eastern Suburbs 19 to 10. Newtown began to show symptoms of distress, the pace having been a cracker. Dalpouget, Rosenfeld and Stuntz passed well, and the fast runner again beat all opposition and scored near the posts. Brown missed the goal. Eastern Suburbs 22 to 10. A rally by Newtown was effective, Scott again scoring for them, but Hereford failed to add the goal points. Eastern Suburbs 22, Newtown 13. Stuntz scored another try for East and Jones converted. Eastern Suburbs 27, Newtown 13. Miller was the next to add a try for East after taking a short pass from Fry. Stuntz missed the goal. Eastern Suburbs 30, Newtown 13. Miller kicked a field goal for East, placing the Eastern men 19 points in the lead. Newtown were practically run to a standstill, and even men who had free kicks did not follow up their weak efforts. Manton was the solitary exception for his side. After a couple of dashes, finding his passes were not taken, he secured and, dodging 6 opponents, scored behind the posts. Cheadle's kick was a failure. Stuntz and a Newtown player came to blows, and Brown separated them. 3 onlookers jumped over the fence to come to the aid of the Newtown men, and play was stopped till they retired. The game ended shortly afterwards with the score Eastern Suburbs 32, Newtown 16. Glebe vs Newcastle. These teams met on Wentworth Park, Glebe winning an indifferent exhibition by 8 points to 5. Teams: Glebe, Prendergast back, Edwards, Ryan, Ogard and Wright 3/4, Davis and Holloway 5/8, Burden, Maroney, Pearce, Moyer, Venus and McCabe, forwards. Newcastle, Smith, back, Bailey, McGuinness and Coleman, 3/4. Patfield, scrum half. Hardy and Lawson, 5/8. Bartley, Carpenter, Croft, Nicholson, Kay and Richardson, forwards. Mr. T. Costello, referee. Glebe had the sun in their faces for the first half, and the play, like the preceding one, became very fast from the kick-off, too fast to last on the hot day. Newcastle opened the scoring. A rattling piece of work in which Lawson, Croft and Bailey figured ended in the last name dropping across the line, although tackled, and scoring near the corner flag. McGuinness made a good kick at goal, which however added no points. Newcastle 3, Glebe 0. Kay of Newcastle had a finger broken and had to retire, his place being taken by E. Smith. Lively work by both teams elicited cheers. Glebe had the better of it at the finish, but Burden dropped the ball near the line, and a good scoring position was turned into a force by Newcastle. Scrums were frequent, but none were of longer duration than about 6 seconds. After repeated assaults on the Newcastle line, Davis got across for Glebe and scored a try, which Ogard failed to convert. Glebe had made 4 ineffectual attempts to kick goals from places, each succeeding one being worse than its predecessor. Glebe 3, Newcastle 3. Ogard secured from a pass out to the wing, and centering to Venus, the latter scored a try, which Moyer converted amid cheers and laughter. Glebe 8, Newcastle 3. Towards the end of the first half the game slowed somewhat, and there was some disposition to talk amongst the players. The half ended with the scores unaltered. Newcastle resumed with a man short after the spell, but their pack was very willing, and their scrum worker got the ball neatly away to his backs time after time. At intervals the Northerners' passing was clean and timely. For lifting the feet in the scrum, Glebe were penalised, but both teams frequently offended in this direction, and the ball was generally put into the scrum incorrectly. A complete lack of brilliancy characterised this half, Glebe especially failing to show the requisite cohesion. Bailey kicked a penalty goal for Newcastle to liven matters up. There was a whistle fantasia during the play, but it was necessary, as the players often broke rules or scrums were required. Newcastle for holding a man down were penalised, but the Glebe kick went under the bar. The Northerners played up well, but the quality of play was below expectation generally. Glebe had to defend for a few minutes, and a free being given against them, Bailey had a kick which just went outside a post. Rallying, Glebe took the ball to the other end, where there was an exhilarating scramble and much of the play of the wildest possible description. Newcastle cleared their line, and the game ended with the scores unaltered. South Sydney vs North Sydney, played on Birchgrove Park in the presence of a fair number of spectators, and won by South Sydney by 11-7. Teams: South Sydney, A. Conlin, fullback, F. Jarman, E. Fry, F. Story, T. Anderson, 3/4, A. Butler, J. Levison, halfbacks, A. Hennessy, J. Cochran, J. Rosewell, J. Davis, R. Green, H. Butler, forwards. North Sydney, W. Whitfield, fullback, W. Drummond, J. Devereux, J. Matheson, W. McCarthy, 3/4, S. Dean, M. Lyons, halfbacks, D. Luke, H. Glanville, F. Notting, E. Boland, J. Kendall, J. Cost, forwards. Mr. G. Boss was referee. North Sydney won the toss and chose the northern end. Rosewell kicked off for South Sydney, but the ball was returned, and for a time Souths were on the defensive. For a breach of the rules, South were penalised, and Glanville made no mistake. North Sydney 2-0. From a scrum a penalty was given against North, and H. Butler from over half-way kicked a splendid goal, making the scores even. Play continued fast, and South Sydney from a free had an easy chance of scoring, but Butler failed, although the attempt was by no means a bad one. An easy chance was given to Glanville to score from a mark, but he missed badly, and play was transferred to the North's territory. The game continued fast, and even until, South Sydney pressing, Anderson succeeded in getting over the line. A. Butler failed at goal. South Sydney 5-2. The half-time whistle sounded soon afterwards. Soon after play was resumed, Notting secured and made a splendid run, but was brought down after a hard struggle. Then Lutcher obtained and got across. The attempt at goal failed. Scores 5-all. North Sydney were kept on the defensive for some time, and their goal was in danger several times until a good dribble by the forwards gave relief. Another rush by South Sydney ended in Green scoring. The goal points were not added. South Sydney 8-5. North pressed hard, and from a free kick Glanville sent up the red flag. South Sydney 8, North Sydney 7. From a scrum, H. Butler received the ball and scored, but the attempt at goal failed. The full-time whistle went immediately afterwards, South Sydney winning a capital game by 11-7. Balmain vs Western Suburbs, played on Birchgrove Park and won by Balmain by 24-0. Balmain: J. Regent fullback, G. Wilcox, Fitzpatrick, A. Walker, T. Latter 3/4, T. O'Donnell, A. Bryant, halfbacks, T. Apolloni, T. McFadden, W. Fisher, A. Dobbs, A. Ward, R. Graves forwards. Western Suburbs: G. Duffin fullback, Blake, B. Duggan, T. Phelan, P. Franks 3/4, R. Gormley, L. Gormley halfbacks, J. Abercrombie, T. Mount, J. Stack, E. Mead, W. Elliott, A. Brown forwards. Mr. Seabrook referee. The game opened in very lively fashion, both sides showing great willingness, and the ball travelled up and down the ground with great rapidity. From a scrum in Western Suburbs 25, Balmain secured, and after some splendid passing, Latter secured and got across after a clever dodging run. The attempt at goal failed. Balmain 3-0. For illegal play, Balmain were penalised, and Elliott had the kick, but the ball went wide. Balmain kept Western Suburbs on the defensive, and from a scrum in the Latter's corner, Graves secured and fell across the line. Latter failed at goal. Balmain 6-0. Exciting play followed, Balmain having the advantage, but they missed an easy chance to score from a free kick right in front of their opponent's goal. At half-time the score was unaltered. On resuming, Balmain had their opponents on the defensive, play being mostly centred in the vicinity of Western Suburbs goals. From a scrum, Latter obtained, and dodging the Western Suburbs backs, scored. Latter took the kick himself, but failed to add the goal points. Balmain 9-0. Soon afterwards Graves got another try, and Latter kicked the goal. Balmain 14-0. Wilcox a little later scored yet another try, and Latter converted. Balmain 19-0. Another goal for Balmain was scored by Fitzpatrick, who also added the extras. Balmain thus won by 24-0. End of Part 10. End of the birth of Professional Rugby League in Australia. Read by Phil Benson in Sydney, Australia.